And it's forced checkmate. He's going to show the checkmate to us.
Wow.
And, OK, it was checkmate in one here after Black's bishop takes one knight. The knight replaces it. And what a finish. Out of nothing. Checkmate.
Yeah.
White's 2 pawns are unstoppable. And at the very least, White can give up one of his pieces, the white or the white bishop, for Black's pawn in the middle of the board. Those 2 white pawns, on this side, are just going to march up and win the game. It's a matter of time now. Jordan giving up hope.
And we do have a result in this game. It is a win for Magnus Carlsen, his 2nd win in a row.
What a move, what a finish. Giving up the white bishop, but if the black pawn takes this bishop now, then the white rook on the g-file is free to go up to the top of the board and trap the black king.
And Prag is shaking his head.
Game over.
Yeah, he knows it's over.
Mishra is about to win.
Yeah.
It's almost guaranteed at this point.
Wow.
Eric down to 2 seconds as well. He needs to move. Okay, he moves his queen, but as Jovanka mentioned, 1 pawn is going to drop. The next pawn will soon drop. And yeah, it's just a cleaning up job now for Mishra.
He's being ruthless right now over the board.
Flashy finish.
Nice kind of tactic there.
No chance now of Eric saving this game. No plan, simply.
And this time, Abhimanyu, he handled his time really well.
Perfectly, yeah. And look at that. He bobs his head. He's trading queens and he wins the game.
It looks like he could win another one.
He should win this one. I think if he had 30 minutes on his clock, it would be a guarantee. But it's all about the clock, and also that white king. There's going to be traps. There's going to be threats against it. And we're going to see checkmate on the
We're
board.
good to see it.
Mishra celebrates. Checkmate next move. The black king trapped. And there we go. We have a result.
It is over. Wow, what an impressive performance by 13-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra. Not only did he win his game against Eric Hansen, here he is also winning against one of the top 10 players in the world.
I'm feeling crazy. I mean, this game was very, very tense, of course. And I mean, in the opening went very smoothly, but then after bishop takes d5, he played bishop h3, and I just completely didn't see this. And I saw like it was very crazy, and I mean, I was very close to getting made in many places. I'm extremely happy and relieved that I've won this game.
And the 13-year-old currently inside top 8 to qualify for the knockout stage in 7th place, Abhimanyu Mishra. And Jovanka, how will you describe the 13-year-old performance yesterday?
I mean, it's been absolutely incredible. I mean, he lost the first game, but the second game, he was actually really close to beating Ding Liren, and that would have been an absolute sensation. But, you know, he lost that one, and he managed to turn things around in games 3 and 4 when he defeated Eric Hansen and also Shakhriyar Mamedyarov very, very impressively. And no, he's been an absolute star, and he's shown real maturity in his play.
Absolutely. And on top of the table, we do have Chinese player Wei Yi. He is making his tour debut, only 22 years old. And Simon, is this a player that could actually win the whole tournament?
Yeah, definitely. I remember seeing Wei Yi play in Reykjavik when he was becoming a grandmaster, and he was an extremely talented player then. He's a hard worker, great at tactics. His whole game is basically brilliant, and he maybe hasn't played against the top players as much as the other guys, but he's very capable, as he showed yesterday, of winning this competition, in my opinion, certainly. And
we're going to start out following the first game between Wei Yi and his fellow Chinese player, world number 2, Ding Liren. And in game 2, we're looking forward to that one as well. World champion Magnus Carlsen takes on the youngest grandmaster in history, Abhimanyu Mishra. And, well, if Mishra wins that one, that would be a huge shock to the whole chess world. Before that game, we have something super cool coming for you. We're going to reveal the most successful opening for White throughout the whole Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. And of course, we will link you to a Chessable, so you, of course, can also become an expert in whatever opening that is. And it's all about the openings. This is Chessable Masters, and of course, we want to bring the audience on board as well, Jovanka.
Yeah, we have a quiz of the day where we have an absolutely amazing prize up for grabs. This is a Chessable course which is called David Anton Teaches 1E4, E5. And our quiz, well, you have to answer this question. What opening move annoys you the most? And as always, you can tweet your answer using the hashtag chess champs, and we'll feature them on the show. And also, you get a chance to win an incredible Chessable course.
Absolutely, yep. So, what opening move annoys you the most for a chance to win a course by one of the players in the tournament, the Spanish guy, David Anton? He is actually not sitting in Spain. He is sitting in Dubai, David Anton. He won 2 games yesterday, so a good start for David. And Carl, looking at this lineup, our 16 players, do you have a favorite?
Well, I think it would be remiss of me not to opt for my fellow countryman, Gawain here. And whilst I deeply respect their levels, I'm rooting for Gawain. I want him to pull some magic out of the hat.
He did have a tough start yesterday, though, David.
That's right. Gawain just on the tour in previous events, this event, he's just struggled to kind of find his stride. He's the type of form player. If he wins one, he'll win many. So hopefully today's that day.
And we see clocks ticking now, and it's all starting in a little over 3 minutes. And Gawain Jones, he is going to start out against Aryan Tari today. David Anton will face Anish Giri in the first game. And look at that, Pragnananda against Magnus Carlsen in the first game. But we will follow the all-Chinese matchup between Ding Liren and Wei Yi. This is going to be a cool one. And we love to follow Ding Liren because he is preparing now for the candidates. It's been a long run, David, but what happened? What is the story with Ding now preparing for the candidates?
Yeah, it's been a hectic, busy few months for Ding Liren. He's now confirmed in the candidates tournament, but just 2 months ago, it didn't look that way. Sergei Karyakin, of course, we heard was banned from chess for a few months by FIDE, and therefore a place opened up in the candidates. But in order to qualify, Ding Liren needed to play 30 games. That means he's an active player, and the spot would go to the highest rated active player. So he still needed to play 26 games in a month. He managed to do it. He played 28 games in a month, and he even gained rating points, but he secured that spot after a busy, busy time.
Wow, so that means he is now qualified for the candidates, getting that spot from Karyakin. Candidates will start in a few weeks. And we talked to Ding before this tournament. This is what he said about the whole situation.
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, I think I played my best chess in this period of time. Although my opponents, the rating are 200 points below me, but to beat them and to maintain the rating, even increase it, the rating is not so easy, I think. But finally, yeah, I think I played very well, especially after a long times of lockdowns. So I didn't play many over-the-board tournaments, so the results was a surprise for me, actually. I'm applying for visa and buying the tickets now, but it's not 100% sure, since if Karyakin he apply to the CS, then I may lose the spot.
Yeah, Karyakin, I guess he can do some appeal to FIDE to get his spot back, but that doesn't seem likely at all.
No, I think Karyakin's appeal to FIDE has been rejected, so he would need to go to the Court of Arbitration for Sport in order to get his place back, but looking unlikely. Looks like Ding will get his shot.
So it does look like world number 2 will get his shot at the candidates. And today, game 1 today, he's going to face fellow Chinese player Wei Yi, which was one of the players he played. It must have been a bunch of those games again. So these two, they know each other very well.
That's right, and they actually played a match against each other as part of Ding's marathon, and Ding ended up winning that match, but it was very close. Lots and lots of draws. Ding, I think, just winning one game right at the end.
Okay.
So they're very, very closely matched.
And Ding with the white pieces in the first in their game here today. So what do you expect from the opening then, Jovanka?
I think Ding is just simply going to play what he does best. You know, he tends to open with the queen's pawn, and he's going to go for that. And the great thing is that he knows his opponents so well, so he'll be able to start targeting the weaknesses. And actually, I said
English.
the queen's pawn, but it's not. It's the English. That's right.
The most played opening on the tour.
Yeah, it's quite funny how they've all been surprised by that fact, but they all play it.
They all play it. Yeah.
It's a definite trend, and maybe it's in honour of Carl here in the studio joining us. The English opening. And, OK, how will Ding react Wei Yi react. He might be trying to transpose into the Queen's Gambit declined, or at least a variant of the Queen's Gambit declined. Instead, we see white fianchetto his bishop onto the long diagonal, and very, very solid setup from Wei Yi. This was one I've had myself just countless times. White doesn't take any risk at all in the opening, and now white is pretty flexible which pawn to push in the centre of the board. It could transpose to the Catalan opening, one of Ding's favourites, but maybe Wei Yi will expect that. So a bit of mind games. And it does transpose to the Catalan opening, a branch of the Queen's Gambit declined.
Aha. And Wei Yi, he has 10 points. He is in sole lead in the tournament. He won 3 games yesterday. Ding also had a very good start to the tournament on 8 points. Is these 2 players that you are very familiar with, Carl?
Certainly I follow them online like I do most of the elite players, but it's quite interesting to see the change in chess style from my day, if you like, all the c4s. You know, e4 used to be the move to play to try to win, and now it's d4 or knight f3 or something else, and very hard to break these positions down. The fianchetto bishop there on the g2 square, it's very difficult to break in, so maybe it's a longer game here.
Aha.
Yeah, definitely. There's only been 1 trade of pawns, and with this last bishop retreat, which is very mysterious actually from Ding, moving this dark square bishop twice, he's saying no exchanges. He thinks that white has a small space advantage because white's pawn in the centre of the board covers a lot of squares, black maybe less influence on those central squares, and he's just saying exactly what Carl's indicating there, just keeping pieces on the board, going for a long grind. So we could be here for a while as Ding tries to eke out a tiny advantage. Normally white is pretty safe here, but black is rock solid.
And I'm just checking out my database, and the 2 have actually played each other with the exact same colour, the exact same position, just last month in April in this match that you referenced. And that particular game ended in a draw. But here we go. Wei Yi, by moving the queen, has actually deviated from their original game. And this is his improvement. I love it when the players, you know, follow their lines and then they play something different. And you're like, oh, now we get to see your preparation.
Mind games, maybe. Wei Yi just saying, OK, I've studied this all before. It's not new to me. And, OK, Ding took a few seconds to compose himself and brings out his knight. Very logical. White would love to throw more pawns forward in the centre of the board, if possible. Simon, what are your thoughts on this type of position? Any experience here?
Not personally. I mean, I've looked at a lot of games like this, and sometimes I get in these kind of structures. Very solid. I think, as Carl said, it's the new trend to try and win now, playing these longer types of games. E4, unfortunately, in move 1 at elite level has kind of been worked out so well, especially with the Berlin coming around since 2000, that it's considered quite drawish. I mean, you know, the one thing I found quite fascinating about the players from China, though, is, you know, they've shot up in the last sort of 20 years or so from nowhere. And, you know, it's said that their team spirit is incredible. So they work everything together. They share secrets. They have this incredible sort of mutual learning together, which maybe other countries could certainly benefit from. You know, I know in England it's all kind of like everyone for themselves. Unfortunately, a little bit. You know, it shouldn't be, but that's maybe why they've got so many great players.
Because they have that super strong women's team as well, right?
Yeah.
The strongest women's team in the world must be.
Yeah, and I've been asking them about this because, you know, because we hear about those kind of rumours, you know, this chess house where all the top players are studying.
Really?
Yeah, and so the women's team actually revealed to me that they themselves actually didn't conform to that whole stereotype. That maybe the men's team, yes, but for the women's team, they were very much independent. They were based on regions. So some of them were in Shanghai, and those in Shanghai worked together and were very good friends, but the others in different parts of the country also worked with their set of trainers. So I was like, because I was grilling them on everything. I was like, tell me more, tell me more. I just want to know absolutely everything. But yeah,
I imagine it's like the, spoiler alert, but the final episode of The Queen's Gambit where, you know, they get together and they kind of pool their resources and kind of support each other. And I've got no doubt if Ding does indeed play in the candidates that Wei Yi is going to be helping him, maybe with some opening knowledge, maybe with some inside kind of information about some kind of specifics on the opponents.
Interesting.
So, yeah, that's one thing that, as Simon says, we definitely don't do in England, and I think a lot of countries didn't do until recently, but that's another reason that India, for example, have suddenly shot up in the last 10 years, because it's teamwork, and they don't treat each other as rivals. They just think, OK, the end goal is becoming the best in the world, so why not kind of use each other to reach that distance.
And it must be a lot of fun as well, working together in a team, because it can be, we talked about it, chess can be a lonely sport.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. It's so much more fun to kind of be part of a group and just to kind of share your ideas, use them as a springboard just to get creative. And I also heard another rumor. I don't know how true this is, but I'll put it out there. It says basically that once you reach a certain age, you're kind of asked to retire and take on teaching responsibilities.
In China?
Yeah.
Aha.
What's the age? I'm interested now.
Yeah.
21?
20.
Yeah, so you're going to... How old is Ding? I don't know how old he is, but clearly he's
Wei Yi is 22.
Wei Yi is 22.
I think Ding is born in 1992, so
Okay, so
he's maybe 29.
he's ancient then.
30.
So yeah, so
Turning
It's an interesting philosophy. It might be...
it's a great idea. Yeah?
It might be a fantastic idea to have the top
29.
players.
29.
Yeah.
Might have, top players, just once they reach their peak, say, well,
remember-
great, inspire the minds.
I remember Alexander Grishchuk, Sasha, was telling me when I was doing commentary of him, he was saying, there's this saying that, the best players play, and then those who are not the best players are lost it a little bit. They teach, and then everyone else commentates. So the commentators are at the bottom, I'm afraid, guys.
But now you can make Chessable courses as well.
Yes, that's right.
And that's
I don't believe that, I have to say. Just want to put it out there. So, yeah.
How about team spirit in prisons, Carl? Is it every man or woman for him or herself, or do they work together as well?
It's very, very interesting. I mean, prison, as anyone can imagine, is a pretty lonely place at times, and there are different groups of people that stick together or don't. But when you get them in a room playing chess, the officers often say to me, I've never seen this before. These people would never mix normally. It's a quiet pastime, and I've been to some prisons where I've given a simul, and they've come to me with a file of my games that they've had the officers download and say, we've done some work on you. We know you play the French defence, and so we're playing that today. Of course, I then point out that they've made their first mistake and I've said, well, now I won't play the French today, so all of that work has gone down the bin. But then they work together. And so you can imagine it. The male prisons particularly very testosterone-filled. There's lots of comments you can hear down the end, I've got him, I've got his queen, I'm going to hammer him, he's going down, and all that. And it's just trash talk. And they do work together, and if one of them gets the result, they share the joy in that. And so it's good. It's really good when they do that as well, because they've achieved something.
Yeah.
And it is just interesting to note that the first time somebody beat me, I gave them credit and they didn't want to take it because they'd not been given credit really in their life before. And I demonstrated by playing the moves that they did deserve to beat me, they did play fairly, and they did deserve their book prize. And, that's part of the joy of it.
Wow. Oh, so many of the cool stories we're going to hear from you today, Carl. And these two teammates in China, but in this game, and we have a smile from Ding. I wonder what that is about. But in this game, they are opponents, and we did have a few moves. This is still looking like that long game.
I think, yes, it's going to be a long game, but it is a critical moment, and maybe that's why Ding is smiling. He knows he's been caught out in Wei Yi's homework, in his opening preparation. Just look at the clock times. Ding now, he spent around 5 minutes. Wei Yi has 1 minute more than he started the game with, and Black's last move is not an obvious one either. We just have to jump in to show what's happened over the last few turns. We were discussing it around here, saying it's going to be a long game. We're not sure exactly which pieces are going to get traded off, which pawns are going to push, but I think White was indeed ready to start throwing pawns forward in the centre of the board. So before this happened, Wei Yi decided, OK, if White pushes this pawn forward, Black is going to be cramped for space. When you're cramped for space, you should trade things off. So he captured this White knight, the bishop was recaptured, and instead of defending this pawn, which it looks like this pawn is up for grabs, simply. Instead of that, Wei Yi counterattacked against White's pawn in the centre of the board. And now, for example, if the White bishop takes this pawn, Black, I think his plan is a bit sneaky. He wants to jump in with his knight, giving up his knight, attacking this bishop. But if the knight is captured, then Black's rook gets super active. And it's variations like this that Wei Yi has probably studied before with a computer. He's probably realised that, OK, he can sacrifice pawns, go active with the black rook. And the reason Ding, I think, was smiling is because he knew that he couldn't continue walking into the lion's den, and he had to avoid Wei Yi's preparation. So instead of capturing this black pawn, he's decided, OK, let's just shuffle the queen forward. And now, if the white pawn is captured in the center of the board, I think only then will he consider maybe taking this pawn, or maybe first throwing his bishop to attack the black rook, kick it back, and when it retreats, then grab a pawn. Lots of moves there, but it's all about which pawn is more valuable in the current position. Is it white central pawn, or is it this black pawn that's eyed up by the light squared bishop? And if Wei Yi wants a longer game, then he'll maybe just push forward, block this bishop out. If he wants to really solve black's problems quickly, then maybe he'll consider taking this pawn, but that is by far the riskier option.
Okay. Well, the bar is quite calm still, slightly over to Wei Yi's side. And Ding is definitely the player who spent the most time in this opening. Wei Yi played very fast.
Yeah, and
Big bottle of water, isn't it, as well?
That is a big
Super size.
always hydrate when you're playing chess.
Yeah, definitely. Whoa. So,
It could be that he's a very small person, of course.
yeah, and it's a normal size. Yeah.
Absolutely. The bottle's
Very small,
normal.
wouldn't he? So,
I kind of want to check Ding Liren's height as well now. Do you think that's on there?
You just don't know.
Let's see.
That's just a half-litre bottle.
While you're checking, Kai, I'd like to, whilst I'm in Esteem's company, I'd like to ask a question. Do you think the Chinese believe that they could have the next male world champion? Do you think that they actually believe that they could do it? You've got people like Ali Reza Firuza and others. Do you really think they believe they can do it?
yeah.
I think so. I mean, I think the proof as well was just last month when Ding, he was inactive technically. I mean, he was going to miss out on this place in the candidates, and they hadn't organised any over-the-board tournaments in China for almost 2 years. And then suddenly, just for Ding, just to get him into the candidates, they organised all these events. So they must believe in him. And if not him, then maybe you'll have to go down a generation or two to find the next prospect. But
I remember one story, David. It's maybe not a great story, but when you were, I don't know if you want to mention it, but it did weirdly make me laugh in a very bad way. But maybe it's up to you,
I'm looking
David.
forward to this now.
Oh, I don't know.
yeah, it's. I won't name the arbiter involved, but in 2016, England were playing China in the Olympiad, and it was a crucial game. We were kind of locked on points, and we were doing quite well at the time, England. But I'm known for arriving a bit late. I think that's one of the first times in my life I've arrived the first to a game. So the England team, the Chinese team, no one had arrived. I sat down on the England side of the board, and the arbiter was just looking at me. So I wrote down my name, my stuff, and he came up to me. He said, "Sorry, you're sitting on the wrong side." And I was like, "No, I'm playing for England." He was like, "No, you're sitting on the wrong side.
Didn't believe you.
China."
That's pretty bad, yeah. That's pretty bad.
And only when I showed him my badge, only when I got my team captain to come and tell him proof, then he finally believed me. But
Dear.
I was kind of saved by Ding arriving and shaking my hand and sitting down. Then he realised.
How did you get on against Ding?
It was a draw.
Draw, okay.
I was watching that because I wasn't playing. I was actually watching
Big
that
game.
with one of our participants, Gawain Jones, and England beat China in that match.
Wow.
I
Really?
remember,
That's incredible.
I remember
do
Gawain
remember
and
it,
I
yeah.
literally hugged each other and jumped for joy, and we're like, "Oh my goodness me!" I think maybe David was in the room as well.
Maybe.
I have a feeling, yeah.
You maybe had finished the
He
game.
finished quite early.
I mean, it was quite a quick draw. I actually had an advantage as black very early on after the opening from something not too dissimilar to this. But, OK, as in a team event, as black, a draw is great. I was outrated by 200 points against Ding, so I thought, OK, let's take the draw, and we won the match.
Yeah.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah, so,
Super strong Chinese team.
yeah, that was a kind of a rollercoaster day for me. And the arbiter did apologise afterwards. So.
Okay, good.
So, OK, a couple of moves, and actually one of the options we did mention, there has been a trade of pawns. So white's central pawn has disappeared, and black's pawn on the b file has disappeared. White does have the bishop pair, and things are starting to open up. So if Wei Yi isn't accurate here, then just white having the two bishops could be a bit of a factor. But black is very active. Black has a kind of cluster of pieces in the centre of the board on the dark squares, and yeah, still in the balance.
David, I'm butting in like a simple-minded horse here, I know,
Do it,
but just
Carl.
from the perspective of sort of my grade of players, if I'm coaching juniors, for example, I might look at that position and say, just for a moment, in your head, take away all of the pieces and leave the pawns, and just look at the pawn structure. And so black has got those two separated pawns over on the queen side, and white has got pawns together, if you like, as friends, with 2 on the left and the 4 on the right. And if it got down to an endgame where all the pieces were off, whilst there's no guarantees, I would like to think that I would probably prefer to play white.
Definitely.
Because the pawn on c7 down there is a target, and in fact on a5. So black must be aware of this and must be wanting to make something happen before they got to that stage.
Definitely, exactly. And that's why we talk about kind of long-term positional strategic play. And that's exactly what Carl's talking about there. The pawns are a long-term target. Also, white has these 2 great bishops, which will kind of control a lot of squares long-term. And that's why black has to play dynamically, has to be kind of very energetic with the play. You can't just trade everything off. You can't, for example, trade off pieces for no reason. You have to maybe get all your pieces to active squares. For now, these 3 pieces create a nice kind of impression, controlling a lot of squares, maybe hinting at attacking some stuff later on. But yeah, it's very much black has to play for the short term. Long term, white is the one with all the chances.
And he has now finally started thinking, Wei Yi, what could be a plan for him here?
Yeah, and he's just jumped in, a bit of a flashy move here. He's jumped in with the black knight. This is a double attack, hitting the rook in the corner and hitting the bishop. It looks like the knight is up for grabs, but if white takes it, then the bishop drops. The white queen is lured away and no protection of the bishop. So actually here, I talked about the bishop pair. Now it's opposite colour bishops. So long term, maybe black is feeling a bit safer. It's going to be very hard to attack these 2 pawns while black kind of keeps his dark squared bishop on the board. So looks like a very solid decision by Wei Yi. He just spent a bit of time calculating this move, but it does indeed work. And we will see some exchanges, but it's exchanges that kind of favour black here. He's going to get rid of this key dark squared bishop for white.
Okay.
Yes, a great move by Wei Yi there. And one of the kind of like calling cards of the Chinese players is they're very, very good at calculation and tactics and spotting these little opportunities. And it's a problem piece has been removed from the board. And now I think the pawn structure doesn't matter so much because they're all going to be on dark squares. And black has a dark square bishop.
Yeah, I think while knights remain on the board, maybe the black pawn structure is still not so great. You can imagine the white knight jumping around and maybe attacking some pawns later on. But if black can exchange knights off the board now, I think that would lock down a draw.
Yeah, I mean,
And pieces are coming off the board.
Yeah, I suppose black's got this nice control over the queen side as well. I mean, there are some weaknesses in white's position. If you look at black's bishop, that bishop is in a lovely square and you can't kick that bishop away. So there are some positives about having these pawns on the queen side for black and, well, opposite coloured bishops. It does often indicate it will be a draw. So more exchanges. I expect it's heading that way, but, you know, probably.
Yeah, and sometimes this is all down to the opening because some openings are just really tough nut to crack.
Yeah.
You know, as white, you don't get too much. As black, maybe you struggle against certain pressures. And I'm just mentioning this because, you know, I don't think Ding has got that much, is entirely happy with how he's done. He's opened with the white pieces. And, of course, our quiz of the day, that's my link, is, of course, what opening move annoys you the most? Yes. And everyone is coming up with answers. And Maruko actually says that the most annoying thing is when you play e4, e5, which is pawn to king 4. Pawn moves 2 squares forward. And then white plays the bomb cloud. King goes to the e2. And he goes, the worst thing is that if you lose against this, you feel like the worst player in the world. I feel you. I feel you totally.
The bomb cloud. We remember that from the last season in the tour. Hikaru and Magnus playing that against each other.
At least they drew though.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Magnus has played the bomb cloud in all seriousness and won.
Yeah.
And you feel like, oh goodness me.
Yeah,
It's worth remembering that the difference is they know what they're doing.
That's true. Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
It's definitely one not to recommend, not to try at home. The bomb
Yeah,
cloud,
definitely. But also, I mean, just thinking back to last month's tour event where Magnus opened with that 1f3, which is kind of like a joke opening.
Yeah.
And
it must be annoying to face, right?
Yeah, and he played against Duda, and Duda was just like totally defeated.
The rest of the day, it just,
it didn't work his way, and then he kind of quickly lost game 3, and that was it. I mean, of course, he managed to bounce back and win the tournament, but it was a good psychological ploy.
So how about you guys? Worst move that you face in games?
I'd probably say similar, actually. I mean, if you're playing someone and they play something completely ridiculous against you, it's like, oh, come on, you know. It's like, you know, you're kind of taking the mickey a little bit.
Disrespectful, kind of?
A little bit, I think, yeah. I mean, I was getting a quick game of chess in earlier and I was playing some French guy and, you know, we got to rook and king versus rook and king, similar, which is a dead draw. And the guy just played on and I'm just like, oh, come on, you must have better things to do with your life. Not that I'm bitter or annoyed about it at all.
Just trying to win on time, that guy.
Yeah, and we both had 30 seconds left and I just like, I can't be bothered, you know. So just some of these little things can be a little bit disrespectful.
Yeah.
And, you know, they get, you know, make you a bit angry. So, and I think if someone did that against me, it would be like, OK, yeah, very funny, you're hilarious, so funny, yeah, it hasn't been seen before, but you're not really thinking that. And if you lose, it's even worse.
Yeah.
So, so I think the guy had a good point with his Twitter post, very good point.
Very good point, yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, it's when my opponent, when I'm playing black, when I'm playing someone maybe slightly lower rated than me, when they just try and draw. And it's so hard sometimes to create winning chances with the black pieces in kind of must-win situations. Because I mean, you guys know me, I like to play long games where it's kind of try and squeeze out any potential winning chances, but it's tricky.
Yeah.
If the opponent is dead set on just trading everything off, it can be hard to keep the game alive.
Yeah.
The worst is when online, when they push all their pawns onto one row, and they do that, you know, they keep it nice and solid and like, come on, let's see what you're going to do. And I hate that because they're just playing to win on time. That's it. Oh,
Annoying. How about you, Carl?
Well, there is an opening called The Grob.
Never heard about it.
Played in the old days, as I'm here to talk about the old days, obviously, and it was played in the old days, and it's basically equivalent to a slap in the face with a wet haddock. G4, this move, pawn to G4, which flies in the face of everything you ever learned about chess and says, I don't care about you, I'm just going to play my game and I'll beat you. And somebody played it against me not too long ago. Fair enough, they were an international master and they did win, but I was still really annoyed. You may be an IM, but you play G4 against me.
Oh,
And we're about to see a draw by repetition.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Everything's come off the board, opposite colour bishops, nothing to do, and it is a draw.
All right. Maybe not a big surprise. These two have played each other so much over the past few months for Ding to get ready for the candidates. So their game is a draw, a good result for both of them. They will still be towards the top of the table. And we're going to jump into another game going on here in round 5 in the preliminaries. It's, of course, Pragnananda, 16-year-old, against world champion Magnus Carlsen. Pragnananda, a few months ago, shocked the whole chess world when he won his game with the black pieces in one of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour tournaments to win against Magnus Carlsen. He actually became the youngest player ever to beat Magnus after Magnus became a world champion. But in the Oslo Esports Cup a month ago, Magnus won the match quite dominantly against Prague. And what are we seeing in this game then, David?
I think we've jumped in at the perfect moment. After a bit of a quieter opening, the game is really starting to liven up now. And the evaluation bar might say 0.0, material is level on the board, but I really like Prague's position. White has the centre, White's last move, bring the rook across, putting the rook on an open line, adds pressure on Black's position. Magnus's king, the black king, slightly airy. The pawns in front of it have pushed forward. It all adds up to a position where I would personally feel quite uncomfortable as black, but Magnus is a great defender, so a lot of work for Prague to do, of course, to try and break down black's kind of wall of pawns right now.
He looks very focused, though, Magnus.
Yeah.
I expect he's going to try extra hard, would you think, in this? Because he's lost to Prague. That was major news. And it's never nice when you lose to someone and you turn on the TV or saying there's the Prime Minister of England, of should I say India, talking about it or something. It's like, so I think he's going to be really up for trying to not lose again. You know, that would hurt him.
Yeah, I think Magnus, at this point, of course, he would love revenge. Anytime he loses to someone, he wants to beat them 20 times just to kind of stamp down his authority. But yeah, I think he would love to escape this position with a draw, to be honest. And okay, he spent nearly 2 minutes. As soon as we've come into this game, Magnus has been thinking, and I'm struggling to find a move for him as well. I would love to trade off some pawns, pieces in the centre of the board, lessen the tension, but if you trade off pawns in the centre, that only opens things up. Maybe that will suit White's bishop that looks a bit asleep right now. He's
also played this horrible move on the king side. I say horrible move. I mean, it's it looks horrible to me because your king is always going to be a little bit weak. You've moved the g-pawn. I think he heard Carl talking about the grob. He thought, oh yeah, I've got to throw the g-pawn up the board, which was Michael Basman was the famous guy who did the grob, who's a legend in English chess. But this move is one of the problems with the grob. You castle that way, your king is weak, and at some point you could get attacked. And now that the centre is opening up even more, it just feels that the black king could really be a target later on here.
Yep, and here's a bit of a test. I actually tested Magnus on some openings before the event, and as Carl mentioned, 1g4 is called the grob. Do we know what 1g5 by black is called?
Is it the Borg?
The Borg, yeah. The grob, but just you reverse the letters.
Yeah, the Borg. Yeah, I spent too much time around Mike Basman, which is good. He was a legend in England, so certainly.
He wrote a booklet, I think, called The Macho Grob. Do you remember that?
I think I've got that.
Yeah, The Macho Grob, and we all thought, you know, we're only youngs, the Macho Grob. We'll all play G4 and lose.
At least you lose
because
in a
we're not Michael
way.
Basman. Yeah,
So.
we lose in a macho way.
I had the killer grob.
Oh, yes,
My
the
dad
killer
bought me
grob.
that book. He said, read it,
Yes.
it's going to be very good. You know, it's going to cause a lot of surprises.
I think a prisoner, funnily enough, a guy called Claude Bloodgood. Has anybody heard of
Yeah,
him?
I have. I know the story.
He
It's
wrote a
amazing.
book called The Grob, did he not? And
He had a good story. Didn't he have the highest ever rating in the history of chess?
he says he did. He was in prison for murdering his, I think, his mother or mother-in-law.
Why?
Yeah.
And he was sentenced to death. But that was sort of, I can't remember the word, but brought down anyway to life imprisonment. And he was a very good player. And he wrote something about the grob, and that was around, I think, in the 80s. Wow. And but I should mention, while I get the opportunity, if viewers can Google a guy called Norman Tweed Whitaker. Have you ever heard of him? You have.
Who is he?
Now, he was a prisoner, but he was a very good chess player.
Oh.
Son of a lawyer, I think. He had no reason to steal, but he stole cars. He couldn't help himself, and he'd go in and out of prison. Very good. He was in Alcatraz. He made friends with Al Capone. He was just somebody kidnapped the daughter of a very famous person, and he pretended to know the kidnappers and said, if you give me some money, I'll retrieve your child. And he is a real character. I think it's called The Shady Side of Norman T. Whitaker. What a character that man is.
Is there anything about chess in that book, then?
It's all about chess, including many of his games in the back. Very, very strong player. He might even be kind of close to a US champion. Very good player.
Wow.
We tend to forget that people on the inside actually can play chess. You know, we have poets, artists, people who enjoy literature, musicians, very creative.
Do you think that being in prison for a lot of time was one of the reasons he became also a very good chess player? He had maybe a lot of time on his hands?
No, he just had the talent for the game, as far as I could read, but he just couldn't help himself on the outside to turn to crime, let us say.
International master, so very strong player.
Yeah, very strong.
Very good.
And I think the other person you say played the grob, he had the highest rating ever because he only played other prisoners. Yes. So he didn't play anyone particularly amazing, but he always won 1 or 2 points every game. Yeah. And if you've got a life sentence and you're winning 1 or 2 points every game, it's quite a lot of points after 20 years. Exactly. So, and he was higher rated than Bobby Fischer, I think, at the time. Or something, you know, it was crazy. So
who was going to argue with him? I mean,
yeah, good point. Yeah. Wow, what an interesting story. And we do have a few more moves. Are you still liking it for Prag here, David?
I'm still liking it for Prag. Magnus has clarified the tension, so a set of pawns, set of knights got traded off. Black's knight now looks very, very active. But then again, it will be used as a defensive piece for now. It simply has to go back because Black's king is too open. Black's king needs some support. And it's all about whether White can get his remaining rook, the white rook next to his king, the white bishop, maybe into the attack. If White can't whip up an attack, then I think Magnus should be completely fine. There aren't any real weaknesses apart from the black king right now. So it feels like the type of position where if Magnus is accurate, he should be safe. But the one flaw we can say in the World Champions game throughout last season of the tour, this season of the tour, is sometimes he neglects his king safety. And he has been checkmated by, for example, Daniel Dubov and Jordan van Vreest, a few others who really go for his king. When Prag beat the world champion a couple of months ago, when Prag beat Magnus, it was because of Magnus's king. And that's why I think it feels a bit dangerous for Black right now. But OK, if anyone can hold this position, it should be Magnus.
Is it a trend we're seeing from Magnus in the tour in online chess, or did he do that in the World Championship match as well?
It's quicker time controls, I think. Also, when you have more time on the clock, even if your king is a bit open, you can figure out ways to kind of secure it, keep things a bit safer, navigate your way, calculate your way to safety. But it's very much in rapid chess where maybe players get down to 1 minute and then Magnus panics. And if you're playing with 1 minute with an open king, it's really, really dangerous. So,
wow.
Yeah, we could see, I mean, especially if Magnus continues to think like he is right now, we could see a bit of a time scramble, things turning against Black. I've been a bit harsh maybe on Black's chances. If Black can trade the queens, I think no problem anymore because Black's king will never be in trouble. But Magnus needs to move. He needs to get the Black queen active somehow.
So that is what Magnus basically is looking at. He's trying to find a square for his queen.
It feels that way. I'm not sure how you can improve the Black knight now. The Black knight looks like it's on a decent kind of flexible square. Black's rook on the b file on the left side of the board, decent as well.
But the queen, but it's true that, but the Black queen, exactly, I was going to say that, you know, the Black queen can't just go over to the left side of the board because she has to look after her king. And I think this is why we see Magnus's move, you know, he just wanted to give the queen a purpose, but...
I just think it's such an ugly move. This is such an ugly move. And I mean, I was thinking, you know, you look at the position here, you're white, you want to attack because Black's king is open. And I was just thinking, I want to play this lever f4. You know, you've got to look at pawn breaks to open up position. But that last move, Jovanka, just, you know, it just looks so ugly to me. I mean, you know, the light squares, the Black king becomes a bit weaker. I don't know. I really don't like Magnus.
I mean, it certainly doesn't make an impression, but I can see why he played it because he just simply didn't want a white queen to enter that square. And
Simon, you mentioned a couple of moves there. So one could be just simple stepping forward, pinning this Black knight, attacking it. It can't move, so it has to be defended, maybe by Black's queen now. Or the other move you mentioned, this lever, pushing the pawn forward. I did mention briefly that this rook, and this bishop, they are asleep. They're not really joining the attack, but you can solve that, kind of solve those two problems in one blow. Just pushing your pawn forward and exploding open this rook, trying to open up this line. And if Black does now get tempted to take this pawn, then, I mean, the king's just way too open now. Even if we see some trades, then suddenly it's all about major pieces. And we could see your favourite thing, Simon, a swinger, a rook lift, try going towards this Black king. All of White's major pieces are going to join the attack against this king. And Black's pieces are not ready to defend. Too many weaknesses. I mean, I think that's the most attractive move in the current position. Normally, when your instincts say your opponent's played something a bit ugly or a bit unexpected, like we thought about Magnus's move, that's the signal, that's the trigger to look for the attack. And I feel Prag.
I think it makes sense to play aggressively here as well. I mean, for a number of reasons, as you said, Magnus has played a slightly ugly move. The king is weak. You want to attack Magnus in general because this is how you beat him, not by going into slow games. So just using a lever like that at least opens up your rook. It can only help your position as far as I can see. So why not just play it? I'll be amazed if he doesn't play the pawn up 2 squares now.
I think Prag's just plucking up the courage, but he needs to move fast. He spent half his remaining time on this one move. And, I mean, like you said, Simon, you're never going to beat Magnus in an endgame. I mean, endgames will not favour White in this type of position because White's bishop is not that great. And White does have one weak pawn as well on the b file. If the queens disappear, Black is at least fine. You have to attack.
All right. Oh, it's going to be interesting to see what Pragnananda plays. And I just went to the very start of the game. We didn't follow this game from the start. They actually did play E4, E5, which is the prize in our quiz of the day. David Anton's E4, E5 course. If you answer our question, what is the most annoying opening move to face? And I have to remind you guys, after this game, please stay tuned and follow us because we're going to reveal the most successful opening for White in the whole of the Champions Chess Tour 2022 in all the games. Which opening has won the most games for White? And of course, we're going to link you to a Chessable course so you too can become an expert in whatever opening it is.
And Simon, it was like you were on the same wavelength, and we see the move you suggested on the board. And I think Magnus comes up with a good response. You know, he can't open the position, so he's following the golden rule of defense. A queen protects her king. A queen is within touching distance, and now, well, Pragnanda actually stepping forward with the B pawn 2 squares. That one surprised me a little bit. I didn't expect that one. I thought that maybe it was time for the rooks or something to...
I think it was a bit inconsistent to play on that side of the board suddenly after switching your attentions to the black king.
Yeah, I think he's maybe scared of the black's rook coming into b3 and just trying to block that one. I mean, he can try to keep control, can't he, of both sides of the board here. There's no rush just to go all in on the king side with this move. I think he's just trying to keep it.
I think I know why.
Stops the knight.
Yeah.
Stops the knight.
Carl is like muttering the answer to me. Yeah, stops the knight, getting to the c5 square. And
So just to show the last move, we thought Pragg was maybe going to try and hone in on this king. But if he just takes a kind of, I don't know, maybe lifts up his rook, tries to bring it across later on, then black's knight can indeed come back and attack this kind of vulnerable pawn in the centre of the board. It's a double attack now as well, the queen and knight hitting this pawn in the centre. So, yeah, taking a square away from the opponent's knight. I do always approve when you control your opponent's pieces, especially knights. That's why I prefer bishops. Knights can be controlled by pawns, and now it has no access to this square because white's pawn is placed quite well. So, OK, sensible move, maybe not as fast as I was expecting, not as direct, at least, as I was expecting, but...
Do you know what's always a good move for white? Well, we all know that, don't we? Harold, we're going to call him today, aren't we, Carl? Is that
Harold,
right?
we're in
Harold.
Viking countries, so it's Harold. Harold Barelegs.
Harold the H-pawn, just to mix it up a little bit. So, yeah, Harold. Just reminds me of Neighbours, though, when I think of Harold. Which is like, you know,
yeah, that's diminished the...
the joy of the Viking Harold.
It has.
But something like that could easily happen, and I think it's still a very dangerous position for Magnus here. And I don't know what the evaluation bar, maybe it's about fair. I mean, he's still solid at the moment, but there's many pawn pushes that white can play, like Harold 4, maybe in the centre at some point just to open things up, and black's got to keep an eye open for all of these moves. But he did spend a lot of time, both of them.
Yeah, he's under a minute.
Magnus under 1 minute. But yeah, we were talking about Pragg as well. He spent a lot of time on pushing that f-pawn forward. He spent 3 minutes when that's a very natural move he could have played fast. And black retreating, that's not a good sign.
That is not a good sign. I mean, I honestly thought that Magnus would perhaps try to decoy some of white's forces and try to concentrate on the left side of the board.
Just look at Pragg, just like diving into the position. He sees that, you know, it's something.
Because this is the kind of move that when your opponent makes it, you sense that something has gone wrong. They're not happy with their position and they're being forced to play passively. So I can see why Pragnanda's so super excited. And now the question is, OK, do you do what Simon suggested, push Harold, 2 squares forward? Do you perhaps start targeting the c-pawn, Charlie, sitting there on c7? Or do you just improve a rook?
Because it is forcing Pragg to think as well.
Yeah, and sorry, David.
No, you go, Simon.
I was going to say they're under a minute now as well. I mean, they have to. It has to get quicker. This move, I don't know about that one. I mean, you're blocking it. Maybe it's okay, but do you have to play that move so soon?
Blocking things up when you've got a bishop, your opponent has a knight. Knights prefer blocked positions. Bishops want open positions. I think that was just the tension getting too much for Pragg. I think he could have left the tension there. He could have blocked it up any time he wanted over the next 5-6 moves.
Is he going to go e5 next? Yeah. That's the only way I think, justify this move, surely.
Okay,
I don't know,
we have
maybe
to jump
it's
in.
a bit too much, but otherwise, why block it?
Yeah, and maybe we can keep an eye on the players as well, because they are under 1 minute. And, OK, he plays a bit of an odd move after pushing forward. We were advocating maybe throwing pawns forward, exploding the position open, instead locking it down, blocking the pawn structure. It's risky, and now black's knight rerouting, and Magnus now, after the white's rook stepped forward, not really sure what that does. Now at least the black knight has an outpost later in the game. White's pawns cannot challenge for this central square. I guess Pragg is just going to try and triple up his pieces, as we call it, against this one weakness. Jovanka mentioned it, this black c-pawn. It's under fire from the white queen and white rook, and maybe the other white rook is going to swing across as well. Add 3 pieces worth of pressure against this one black pawn. So this is the idea. It's not attacking the black king, which is what we wanted to see, but at least some strategic ideas. I just have a feeling, despite the evaluation bar still liking white, that this is the type of advantage that could disappear very quickly, whereas earlier, keeping the tension, it was a long-term advantage. And it all depends now. If white takes this pawn, then we'll see a bunch of trades, and at the very end, black wins this lone pawn. And suddenly black is completely out of danger. I would prefer black's position here, if anything. So I don't think Pragg can play his original intention and take this pawn yet. he needs to build up somehow.
Yeah, it's not easy to build up as well, because, the dark squared bishop that could ideally find itself on a better diagonal. I'm thinking of the d4 square, yeah? As soon as she goes away, well, the black knight can just step forward and plonk itself on the central square, attacking the rook. So
this is why I don't like that previous move from Prag, blocking up the structure, because now the black knight, it just has a dream outpost in the middle of the board. White's bishop is stuck in the current position. It can't go back. It's stuck controlling the square. And suddenly, okay, Prag, under 20 seconds. What's his move? Maybe he can improve his queen, kind of bring her forward. Maybe now, Simon, it's time to throw Harry out the board, but it's unclear whether that actually, he does it. It's unclear whether that achieves too much. For example, if black just waits with the king, maybe now trading would allow black an open file later in the position.
Wow.
But, wow, Magnus trades off a set of pawns here just to get his knight into the centre of the board, and things are livening up. Can Prag now take this pawn? His rook is under fire.
It just seems totally wrong to push that pawn now, the way it's worked out. I mean, I know it's a bit harsh, but, look at White's pawns now on those light squares. I mean, they're not doing anything. You've got to take this pawn as he's done, but they're static forever, pretty much. So, it's a little bit relieving the tension there. I don't like.
So we saw a trade of rooks, we saw a trade of queens, and now everything's disappearing off the board. I think we're going to see a draw very shortly now, because it's 3 pawns against 3 pawns. And yes, White can snack on this guy, but it's not going to be enough. Black now actually has a trick as well. There's going to be a check, and White's king, wherever it goes to, will walk into a nasty knight fork. So this is a check and hitting the bishop. So actually a trap in the current position. You cannot go and grab this pawn. Maybe that's what Prag missed. Instead, bring his rook across, a bit mysterious. Maybe he wants to slide his rook back and start hitting some pawns. But at the very least, I think black can just capture here. And I think Prag is the one fighting for his life now, fighting for the draw. Black is the one in charge.
But that usually means Magnus will keep playing.
Yeah, Magnus, I mean, look at the beautiful black knight. There's knight forks galore in this position. And also Prag slightly low on the clock. Magnus is one of the best speed players in the world, so Prag up against it. And, okay, Magnus is taking risks. He's trying to be a bit sneaky here. This pawn pushed. White could not take black's pawn in the centre, because look at the black rook and the white bishop. They're on the same line. And, okay, the white king getting out of any potential forks.
And we are obviously struggling with Magnus's webcam. We can see it flickering a little bit. But hopefully we can keep it in the picture here, because this could be interesting, I guess, with the clocks ticking as well.
Yeah, I think Prag found a really good move, this king move, actually. It was not obvious at all, but he's just getting out of those knight forks that we mentioned earlier. And, maybe we'll see the rest of the pawns start to disappear.
And Magnus just under 10 seconds on the clock. And it does look like
3 seconds.
That was incredible, yeah. But it does seem like the position is kind of fizzling out now. Aren't too many pawns on the board. But is there a question about black's king?
Has Magnus just blundered his knight? The white rook can come across, giving a check.
Oh, look at his face.
And the black knight falls off. There we go, check.
He's just blundered. Complete blunder.
What?
Wow.
Magnus self-destructs. He just loses his knight on the next move.
Wow.
And he
Prag
resigns.
wins again against Magnus.
Pragnananda, he beats Magnus Carlsen again. What just happened?
It's the type of one-move blunder that we're not used to seeing from Magnus, but it has creeped into his game in the last year or so. Just one moment, I mean, it was a dead draw almost, Jovanka was saying. Everything was disappearing off the board. It was pretty much a dead draw, and just one slip at the end, one moment of madness.
And this is Magnus live looking at it.
Yeah, he'll be devastated.
Wow, we have seen this from Magnus a few times over the past few tournaments. It's not a mouse slip, it's just a blunder.
Just an oversight. I mean, he missed this check, and that was it.
And we do say to all players, the first thing you should look for in any position are checks and captures. Every time Magnus blunders, it's because he forgets the basics and he doesn't look for checks. And that's just a pattern behind his mistakes.
We could see the frustration there. The clocks was ticking down in this game, and we were actually saying, okay, maybe Magnus now can fight for the win, but it was him in time trouble who made the blunder. And David, what happened? Take us through it.
Yeah, and it was just one move at the end that swung everything. And even right near the end, Black's knight under attack, he just needs to find a safe square for it. For example, he can bring the knight forward. He can start by maybe giving a check to the white king. For example, you can check the white king, check it again. It can't actually escape going forward because there are some nasty knight forks, some knight checks, and suddenly Black would be the one winning. But instead of finding a safe square for the Black knight in this position, instead of giving a check as well, Magnus put his knight on a loose square. Yes, he's attacking the white bishop, but he forgot about a simple check. And this is not just a check, it's a double attack. Hitting the king, the rook protected by white's bishop, and when the king moves, the Black knight falls. That's why Magnus resigned, about to go down a piece, but we are not used to seeing that type of mistake from the world champion. Very, very shocking stuff.
Wow, horrible start for Magnus Carlsen on day 2 of Chessable Masters, and in game 2 coming up now in 14 minutes, he's gonna face an even younger player. It's gonna be Magnus Carlsen against the youngest grandmaster in history, Abhimanyu Mishra. And Magnus, well, he needs to shape up and get ready for that game. And coming up now, very shortly, we're finally going to reveal the most successful white opening on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. And after the next game, Magnus versus Mishra, Jovanka is going to take us deep dive into the Reti opening. I'm looking forward to that. But now, you guys, it's finally time to reveal the most successful white openings on the tour. Are you excited to see this? I haven't showed it to you yet, have I?
Yeah, I've been trying to guess, but I have no idea what it could be.
So let's take a look. Here it is. The most successful openings for white so far on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Ty, our stats chess genius, has looked at all games played on the tour, and it's actually the Slav. So 72% of the decided games on the Slav on the tour has ended with a win for white. And it's actually a black opening, right?
Yeah, it's like a cautionary tale. Do not play the Slav or the Slav defense with the black pieces against the queen's pawn opening.
Yeah,
but
got a reputation of being rock solid for black, but clearly in recent times, white doing very well against the Slav.
So this is surprising.
Very surprising. I would have expected maybe some kind of open Sicilian, something really more aggressive, more attacking, but the Slav, I mean, with his reputation of being solid, I mean, I'm going to study some of those games to figure out how to break down that opening.
How about then Reti, Queen's Gambit accepted? Is that more something you could accept?
I'm really surprised by the Reti, actually, because, you know, it also has a kind of reputation as being kind of a very solid, very fluid opening, very flexible. But to have such a high win rate, wow, that's very, 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 very surprising.
Yeah.
That's why I played the Reti. Great opening.
And we also saw the English on there. Yesterday we did reveal that the English is the most played opening on the season of the tour. Anything here that is surprising to you, Carl?
There's some kind of a comeback by the English, I think, because in the 80s people played the English quite a lot and then it went out of favour. But looking at that list there, again, you're not looking at E4 openings, are you? You know, the nature of chess is changing. I mean, I guess the lesson for club players is don't play the Slav against the elite players, but, you know, that's slightly unlikely. But, yeah, it's very interesting. That's what I would call deeper chess, if you like, more closed positions. You're playing for longer games in these kind of openings. And, yeah, I think people will have to get the books out again.
Yeah, definitely. And we have to get the analysis board up, David, because the Slav, it is a black opening, but what does it look like?
Yeah, so the Slav is a reaction to the Queen's Gambit, and it starts with white pushing the Queen's pawn forward. Black often does the same. There are a few move orders you can get the Slav with, but here the Queen's Gambit offered, not accepted though. Black not grabbing this pawn. Instead, the Slav starts with black just creating this rock-solid structure. So just defending the pawn in the center of the board. There are many variations of the Slav. For example, the exchange Slav, where white trades a set of pawns in the center. I think on the tour, we've mostly seen white's knights coming out and developing. But either way, maybe just playing solidly, but passively for black with the setup. maybe that's why the results haven't been so great, because black doesn't get those active pieces, that active play which really suits rapid chess on the tour. And this is the Slav position. We also saw the semi-Slav suffering for black, one of the highest scoring lines there, openings for white, and that's a variation of this opening as well. So, yeah, surprising stuff, but showing that the Slav out of favor and out of luck.
Absolutely. And if you want to become an expert in the most successful opening for white on the tour among the top chess players in the world, and of course there is a Chessable course ready for you. It is this one that you can see on the bottom of the screen. And go check it out. How to sabotage, obviously, the Slav with the white pieces. So go ahead and check that out. And well, Carl, is that something the inmates and the prisoners that you work with, is that something they look at a lot?
It's something that
practice openings?
Yes, something every player seems to be obsessed with. I mean, you know, a chess game is a battle. So, okay, you want to, the opening stages of a battle, you want to get a good position. You want to get the good ground. But in the old days, because I talk about the old days, the Russians used to say, you know, when you learn an opening, you know the opening. When you learn an end game, you know chess. You know, I like to start at the end. People do become a bit besotted with the opening, and they all too often, especially may I say with juniors and any beginner, they play some moves in the opening from memory. They may even play up to 15, 16 moves. Then they don't know what to do next. Often the question, what do I do next? I don't know how to proceed. Well, no good occupying the higher ground if you don't know how to finish it off. So, whilst yes, the openings are very interesting, all phases of the game need attention.
Of course. And we are paying a lot of attention to chess in prisons today, because we are lucky to have Carl in the studio. And now we're going to go to Argentina. We're going to meet a prison called Gabriel. Being blind does not stop him from teaching chess in prisons.
Soy Gabriel Perrone, ajedrecista ciego, tengo 58 años, quedé ciego a los 30 años. En el año 2006, en un proyecto de la ULP, me invitaron a participar en un taller de ajedrez. Nunca había tenido la posibilidad de arrimarme a un tablero de ajedrez. Por la insistencia de mi familia decidí participar. Fue desde ese momento que estoy con ajedrez. Para mí el ajedrez me dio mucho, las ganas de seguir, de levantarme el otro día porque quería volver a la clase, mucha motivación y energía para seguir adelante. Fue uno de los elementos que me ayudó a sobrellevar mi ceguera. En el 2009 se creó la Asociación de Ciegos Argentinos que jugaban al ajedrez. Dar charlas en los colegios, donde creo que es importante sembrar en los niños la atención que ponen ellos al ver a una persona ciega dictando una charla de cosas que vivió, no que me contaron o me dijeron. Es más directo y ellos lo captan mejor. El ajedrez social abarca los centros de jubilados, adultos mayores. También estamos en los servicios penitenciarios. En el servicio penitenciario, el respeto que recibo por parte de los internos es algo que me da muchas ganas de seguir. Es muy sacrificado. Hace más de 10 años que lo hago y lo seguiré haciendo hasta que Dios me dé salud, ¿no? Hay muy buenos jugadores, tienen todo el tiempo para practicar y quieren superarse y superar a sus compañeros de celda o compañeros de pabellón. Nos esperan y se escuchan a veces cuando vamos caminando por los patios. Profe, viene hoy a darnos la clase. Creo que estoy en el camino donde se puede hacer el bien y lo hago con mucho gusto. Eternamente agradecido al ajedrez de la universidad que me ha dado esta posibilidad y me tratan de igual a igual. Soy una persona que no tengo privilegios por ser ciego. Al contrario, me dan más trabajo para sacrificarme un poco más. Me gusta porque me mantiene vivo y estoy siempre activo y actualizado.
And we are lucky today to have the author of Chess Behind Bars, Carl Portman, in the studio today. Also the manager of Chess in Prisons and the English Chess Federations. Fantastic to see how Gabriel helping out prisoners in Argentina. And you already told us some fantastic stories from the prisons you have worked in, Carlsen. What will be some common questions from prisoners to you when you come to teach them chess?
Well, I find that we take things for granted in life sometimes, and we do in chess. We assume that everybody knows the same basic things about the game. Of course, they don't. So we have things, for example, like a 50-move rule in chess, whereas, you know, if you're playing at the end, if you haven't captured a piece or made a pawn move, it's a draw. And very often, for some reason, the number 18 crops up. And I've been to 3 or 4 prisons when they say, can you explain the 18-move rule? And I say, there isn't one. And this, a couple of times this has ensued in, well, let's just say, not a physical confrontation, but one prisoner will say, see, I told you so. I said it wasn't 18. I said it was fit, and off they go. And I say, whoa, just take it that it's the 50 and sort it out later. And they'll ask things about, like, the knight. When you're castling, can the rook go through a square in which the knight would cover? And I say, yes, it can. But they say, well, the knight still has power over that square, so surely you can't castle. So they're very interesting questions, to be fair.
Absolutely.
And bigger questions, because some prisoners have been inside for a very long time, and some don't get much information. And they'll say, who's the current world champion? I've even had, who do you think will be the champion after Fischer?
Oh.
That's going back some time. But all these things, castling is very difficult.
Yeah.
But I would say that the most common question, and the one that's most difficult to comprehend, is the en passant rule.
I struggle
So
with that.
there's lots of arguments about that.
Yeah.
It's hard enough to explain, but...
Have you seen any big arguments over the boards there? Or
Well, I've seen a couple. In fact, I must say, prisoners are generally brilliant, because when I go to a prison, I'm invited and they look forward to me coming. So the default position is people are generally fine. But they're, like chess, there are exceptions. I've had a couple of people say that I've accused them of cheating, when in fact they did, so I did mention it. And in fact, the only kind of... Well, it was almost like a semi-riot, if you like. It was at a women's prison. The men were quite well behaved. I'm sorry, ladies. The women, it all went off one day when I was standing there. They chose the moment I visited. Somebody produced a weapon, and off it went. And I was due to do a little coaching session with 15 ladies. It ended up being 3, because the rest of them were confined back to the prison cell. So that was that.
And we do have not fighting pictures. We do have some pictures of you in these prisons, Carl. I guess playing symbols with prisoners. This looks like a lot of fun, and it looks very friendly, luckily. And I have to ask you, in your experience, can chess sort of shine a light for not only prisoners, but just basically people in difficult life situations?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, chess. It's a friend, if you like, to us all. And I have mentioned the portability of it, but, I mean, here, for example, you know, you've got this group of people that just come together for a common purpose. And they're really good players, actually. And in lockdown, they've had so much time to study, you know, with their chess books. And I get lots of letters because I write for the prison newspaper. And I was telling Jovi earlier of a very funny thing. I took a book prize in on the Sicilian opening, which we know is quite complicated. And one prisoner won it, and he was locked up for 23 hours a day. And I gave him the book on the Sicilian, and he threw it liberally back at me and said, I don't have time to study this opening. I said, well, if you're locked up 23 hours and you don't have time, we can forget it.
No one has the time.
Exactly.
Well, maybe we will see some Sicilian openings in the round coming up. These are the results from round 5 in Chessable Masters. A big win there for Pragnananda against Magnus. A big win also for Erik Hansen against Vidit. Mamdiaro winning against Sam Shanklin and Jordan. Horrible day yesterday, but he won this game against Mishra. These are the standings after 5 out of 15 rounds in the preliminaries. Wei Yi still on top of the table, and round 6 is coming up in just 1 minute. We will follow the game between youngest grandmaster in history Abhimanyu Mishra against Magnus Carlsen, coming from a loss against Pragnananda, and I have some very interesting head-to-head stats for you guys. Magnus Carlsen at 13 years old, and Abhimanyu Mishra at his current age, 13 years old. And look at when they got the Grandmaster title. Magnus was actually exactly 1 year older than Abhimanyu.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Abhimanyu, that is an incredible achievement. How young is that? 12 years and 4 months. I mean, at the time, we thought Magnus's achievement as well was fantastic. But yeah, I mean, Abhimanyu, he's walking in the same footsteps now. And if he follows the same path of progression, then yeah, he's a name that we're going to be talking about for years.
And we do see Magnus arriving the board for this game. I want to bring up another very interesting fact before these two guys face each other. We remember Magnus Carlsen. He played a fantastic game against Kasparov in 2004. He was then 13 years old, 3 months and 18 days. That was a draw, but Magnus at some point outplayed Kasparov in that game.
Definitely.
Do you know how old Abhimanyu Mishra is today?
The exact same.
Almost! He is only 3 days younger than Magnus was at that time.
And guess what opening it is?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's bad news. You know, what was the highest scoring opening?
This
White?
one, the Slav.
It was the Slav defense.
Oh no,
and this is what
Abhimanyu
we're-
Mishra.
No one's told him about the statistics.
Oh.
Maybe we should have released it before to all the players and gone, here you go.
Yeah, and Magnus, meanwhile, he's chosen a kind of rare branch of the Slav. White has temporarily given up a pawn, but White is about to get the bishop pair. So White's knight has gone to the edge of the board and is going to take off the black light squared bishop. And once that happens, Black will be a bit vulnerable on the light squares. Black's going to have a bit of a weird wrecked pawn structure. It just depends on how good Abhimanyu Mishra's opening homework is. We know that he uses Chessable all the time, thousands of hours clocked on Chessable. And he is a bit of an opening expert. Yesterday, getting some great positions out of the opening Mishra. So I'm sure he knows what he's doing, despite the stats that we saw of the Slav defense. And, OK, current position, Black is a pawn up, but Black has 2 sets of double pawns on the C-file and the F-file. Yeah, I'm slightly worried. I've seen Magnus win positions very similar to this. He's happy to be a pawn down quite often these days, Magnus, after being influenced by AlphaZero and other kind of AI programs. But yeah, it's early days. Let's see. Do you like this opening choice, Simon, for Mishra?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're this age, you can sort of play anything, can't you? You just got to know it reasonably well. And I'm sure the speed that he's moving, he's done a lot of work on this. I like the way he's unbalanced it. When you're playing the world champion, if you want to win, as we saw Prag do in the last game, even though it was a blunder, unbalancing the situation seems to be a good choice. Because if you play a standard position against Magnus, you're probably going to get outplayed. So at least he's got some sort of strange structure. And we see Magnus has now won the pawn back, but Black has very good control of the central squares with his knights coming into those squares. Saying that, White's very solid as well. I mean, White doesn't have any weaknesses, has the 2 bishops, so I would imagine both sides pretty happy at this stage of the game.
Look at that face from Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus either not impressed by what Mishra is doing or just surprised with what Mishra is doing. Mishra, clearly, he's in his homework. He's gained time up to this point. He's played every move instantly as Black. So I doubt that there's anything too wrong with how Black is playing the game, but Magnus surprised and now needs to react by moving White's light squared bishop again. It's under attack by one of the Black knights, so that White light squared bishop is going to take a step back.
And Magnus playing the most popular move in my database. And, well, Abhimanyu now playing something that's second choice. Mm-hmm. It's much more popular to develop the dark square bishop. But here, it's a little bit interesting. The highest rated players to have played this have been Wesley So and Sam Shankland.
Okay.
And they played it in the Opera Euro Rapid in 2021.
So 2 very strong American players. Mishra himself from the US, maybe he studied those games. I know that Sam Shankland is a big adherent of the Slav defense, so maybe Mishra has been kind of following, learning from his kind of opening setups.
Yeah, in fact, Sam, of course, producing a Chessable course on the semi-Slav.
OK, and White's bishop, meanwhile, the dark squared bishop, just developing 1 square. I think Magnus is reluctant to commit the White king. If White's king had gone to the king side, to the right side of the board too soon, then that might have signalled an attack. And we know now that Magnus doesn't want to be under the attack from these young players. Mishra would love to throw pawns forward towards the White king. So both kings just staying flexible for now, kind of. It's a waiting game, a guessing game. Which side will the kings go?
Mm-hmm. And maybe Abhimanyu has been working on Sam Shankland's, his fellow Americans, Chessable course on the semi-Slav. That is a very popular chessable course. And of course, we know the Slav. It's definitely very successful for white on the tour, but that must mean that white, the players playing this with white, has studied the Slav for black and know where the Slav can go wrong for black, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very solid opening for black. It's often a part of players' repertoires when they're quite young, so they'll know how to set up as black. It's quite instinctive, usually, what black does, and therefore, if you know what black's ideas are, maybe that's why the top players, they kind of know what will make black the most uncomfortable. So, okay, black's bishop just developing there, and still early days.
Yeah, and I have to say, I've been reading a lot of the answers to our quiz of the day, where we're asking what opening move annoys you the most? And a lot of people actually not responding with the Slav. They're actually saying, like JMR18, saying that they find the modern defense the most annoying. It immediately destroys my hopes of playing what I know with white.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's often a psychological game at the start. I mean, whatever level you're at, even if you're just starting to play chess or if you're like grandmaster, if your opponent surprises you in some position, it's very uncomfortable. You're like, oh no, I didn't look at that chessable course. Why didn't I look at that? Why didn't I look at that in the morning? And it can really throw you off guard. So the element of surprise, I think, is so important when you're playing as well. Even if you play a slightly inferior idea, if it surprises your opponent, it can have maximum effect.
Yeah, and I have to say, I do also have to share with you one response I really liked, which is from Blank, who says that they get annoyed when they face d4 when playing black, answered by their son. we all have our nightmare opponents, and sometimes it's your nearest and dearest. And keep those answers coming. You have a chance to win a fantastic chessable course. And as always, you can tweet your answer using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Yeah, and that course by David Anton is worth $220. So it's a very big value prize that you can win if you tweet us. Magnus is thinking, yes, Simon.
I was just wondering, as you had a lot of experience in prisons as well, like watching the play, what's the most popular openings in prisons? Is it E4? Is it like London systems? I mean, do they have anything in particular?
It's E4. E4, they like to attack.
Okay.
There's no link with people being in prison and attacking, but they just like to attack. And of course, in Simmels, as anybody knows, whatever level we might be, it's harder to play against the people that are off the wall and play these spurious openings and weird gambits and things. It's really hard. So I would play Slavs and things that I know the territory, or French. But I would say in this position here, if I may, that if the millions of club players, if I looked at this and said, well, where are the imbalances? If you were black, what were you looking at? If you were white and you played that pawn to G3 early on, you might think, well, a bishop will be going to G2, fianchetto it. But it's not here. You've played that pawn and you've weakened squares on F3, G2 and H3. If that king were to castle, and just at my level, if you like, that's where I would look to target and think, if you castle, you're giving me your address. You give me your address and I'm going to send the boys round, and the girls for that matter. In fact, the girl. And, those are the tiny things you have to look for, maybe. You can't just rush the game. And I think, they're waiting. Well, now he's played F3, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah, that's a great point, Carl, there. If white does castle, I think this is a huge practical mistake because, if I were playing Simon, for example, he would not hesitate. He would harry the h-pawn down the board, try and open up this black rook towards the white king. And if black gets one more move, throws this pawn forward again, then it's exactly what you mentioned there. This white pawn is what we call a hook. It kind of helps black to even open the position. And, this white king is defenseless. It has no defensive pieces around it. So that, I think, would be a huge mistake, giving the address to your opponent, instead just covering squares. This is quite a good strategic move long-term, just because now, if you look at the black knight, it cannot leap into white's half of the board. I remember hearing an interview with Hikaru Nakamura when talking about Fischer random chess 960. He said it's nearly always a mistake to put your knight on the third rank when it can be dominated by an opponent's pawn. So this one just takes control of some squares, some territory, and as Carl also mentioned, just waiting. it's a bit of a guessing game. If black castles his king now on this side of the board, on the king side, then maybe white feels safer doing the same, because it's less effective now throwing Harry down the board without a rook to kind of propel it forward and to support it. So
I mean, you can certainly play Harry Harold up the board now if you wanted to, if you wanted to be
Current
super
position.
aggressive, because with white's last move, he has weakened those dark squares a little bit by moving a pawn onto the light square. So this idea, I think, is still, if you want to go super aggressive, which I think you should do against Magnus, push him, go for it. You know, unbalance it.
And it's very important to remember that pawns are the only things that don't move backwards. So once you've played it, you are committed. End of. So that has to be played very carefully.
Is it scary then to play those moves?
It's always scary committing, throwing pawns forward, and we always have this kind of sparring, because Jovanka loves to throw pawns forward. I never want to commit. I have those big commitment
So I
issues
should
with
ask
pawns.
Jovanka then, is it scary, Jovanka, to push those pawns?
I mean, just take a look at it. I mean, that pawn is coming forward, and it's going to cause a lot of, well, I would say, worries on the right side. And Abhimanyu kind of playing a little bit calmer. He steps back with the bishop. And
I don't like it. What's this bishop doing here?
I don't know.
White is going to maybe step forward with the queen. I'm not sure which square white uses the queen for, and still this kind of dilemma remains. White's going to kind of keep you guessing which side you're going on. And okay, Magnus does play this exact move, very logical. Maybe at some point hinting that he's going to push forward in the centre. But how does this bishop move help? I don't really understand.
Yeah, maybe this is like showing Magnus a bit too much respect. I remember when I was, you know, an IM. And I was playing, like, I remember Gwaine Jones, who's playing this tournament, you could tell he was going to be a real talent, because a lot of people his age, he was quite a lot younger than me when I was playing, and they get quite scared, you know, because I'd play quite quickly, and you could just tell they gave you far too much respect. And I remember playing Gwaine, and things were starting to go a bit wrong, and I thought, OK, I'm going to offer this kid a child, just get it over with, you know, this child a draw, should I say. So I offered him a draw, and he said no. And I'm like, oh, hello. You know, where's my respect? And then he went on to beat me, and I thought, yeah, that's the way to do it. Just don't respect your opponent, just go for it. And I think that's the attitude to have. You got to, like, you still got to respect them, but you got to be very confident to be a top player. It's that confidence which obviously helped Gwaine massively on his way to getting in tournaments like this.
And is that what happened? Because what we're seeing now is Abhimanyu Mishra at 13 years old, 3 months and 15 days. And we do have some pictures of Magnus when he was the exact same age, only 3 days older, when he played Kasparov on March 18, 2004, to cause a huge shock to the chess world, because he played great in this game. No respect, basically.
No respect, and I have to say one thing, you know, Garry Kasparov has tremendous presence at the board. You feel that he wants to beat you. You feel the power and the concentration. And so to completely dominate the game and kind of decide that he wanted the draw, you know, it was Garry who was struggling. And, I mean, takes a lot of skill and courage. And finally, we have Harry moving 2 squares up the board. Our man on the desk, Simon, is going to be happy, 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 although it's a bit too late.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy, but I prefer moving that pawn when my opponent's king is the target. And it seems a bit strange to do that now that the white king has gone the other way. It's not a bad move, because you're trying to attack the pawn structure, and it makes a lot of sense positionally to play this move. But I would have probably done it a couple of moves ago.
Could have done this 2-3 moves ago, and white would have had to answer some serious questions. Now it's not really a threat. So a bit strange there. But better late than never.
Simon's story reminded me of a story about the reverse situation, where it was a kid, one of my friends, he was playing against a well-known English grandmaster who, you know, has quite an authoritative presence. And the kid was like, OK, it's going to be a draw. He's going to draw against his grandmaster. So he goes, can I have would you like a draw? He goes. And the grandmaster just go, let's play, kid. And that was it. He was like, oh, no.
There's some great draw ones. I mean, I remember another one, I think it was similar. It was like a youngster was playing another, well, I don't know if it's the same English grandmaster, but he says, draw, and, you know, like very quiet. And the grandmaster just stands up and goes, where? He looks around the tournament hall and then sits down and gives him evil looks and just like crushes him. So you've got to be careful offering draws, you know. It's like, or if you do, be very confident. Go, draw, you know.
Do we not think it's a remarkable thing in chess that we can just stop at any moment and say draw. If that was football and both teams said draw and they all walked off, is there another sport that does that says let's stop and let's just stop? Let's just stop and go off. It's true. It's weird. It is weird. It's just uniquely weird.
So true.
I don't think they should exist, draw-offs.
Well, exactly. It would change the style of chess that people would play, that's for sure.
Dave just wants to torch people with hundreds of moves. He doesn't want
Give
people
me a
to get
few
their
years and
dinner.
I'll just want those.
Well, how would the games end in draw then? With those 50 moves?
Yeah, or the repetitions, the 3-move repetitions.
Yeah, or ending
But that is kind of a draw agreement, though, isn't it?
It's kind of a draw agreement, yeah. So why do we have draw-offs?
Oh, that's
we don't
true.
need them, really. I mean, in this tour, I think we're allowed, the players are allowed to offer draws after move 30, after move 40, but we nearly never see them. It always ends up king versus king, or it ends up in a repetition of moves. So why have the draw-offs anyway?
That's true.
And there is a school of thought, I don't know what you think about this, but that in any battle, fewer mistakes are made by the attacking side than the defending side. Now, that's worth thinking about in all the games you've ever played.
Okay.
Do you make fewer mistakes when you're on the front foot attacking or defending?
So they say the best form of defence is attack.
Well, why
So,
not? Front foot.
In many
Do you know
martial
something?
arts
I
and
think
stuff.
it might depend on your personality, because I was actually told the reverse by a very strong grandmaster. He said it's actually much easier to defend, because there you're just looking at your opponent's possibility. When you're looking to attack, you're feeling this burden, especially if you're giving up material. Me as well.
Yes.
You feel like this burden that you got to go forward. Time is running out. If you don't strike when the iron is hot, that's it. You're gone. You're going to lose the game. So, yeah, I don't know.
But we do like the attacking games, and we do like the attacking players. And the bar is now over to Magnus' side. Mishra may be playing a little bit too respectful in this game so far.
Yes, it feels a bit inconsistent, some of his play. I like Black's last move, just tucking the king away closer to the corner. Just good general kind of chess wisdom. If you castle on the long side, just spend an extra move, pushing your king as close to the corner of the board as possible. It's just safer there. But somehow it just feels a bit slow. Mishra kind of messed around with the black bishop slightly, kind of pushed, harried the h-pawn forward, and then moved his rook away. It's kind of, if you push your h-pawn forward, continue pushing it forward. Or if you want to centralise your pieces, centralise them, but don't waste time on kind of retreating moves or pawn pushes. Or, it just feels like Mishra is changing plans on every move. And I mean, it's still not a terrible position for Black, not that many weaknesses, but White does have the 2 bishops. White has a slightly more harmonious pawn structure. White is the one who can push forward in the centre at will whenever he wants. So Mishra, it just feels like a lot of suffering ahead. I don't think there's anything immediately winning or anything for White in this position, but Simon, thoughts on the last few moves?
I was going to say exactly the same. I mean, I don't think Black's position is that bad at all, but it just seems a little bit strange. And this is, OK, things are going to certainly change now after Magnus pushing aggressively in the centre. But why play your Harold pawn? Why then play in the middle, and then play on the other side? And then, you know, you're kind of just not really doing anything consistent here. But Magnus trying to punish him with this. I'm surprised he played this, because it's a bit un-Magnus-like. He's normally very patient and, you know, will save a push like that until it's really, you know, really only has to, he has got nothing else to do. But if it works, it works. Maybe it's just a good move.
Yeah, maybe it's a good move, and we have to jump in and examine it, because anytime you push pawns forward, exploding open the centre, it will come with consequences. As Simon mentions, I was expecting maybe the white bishop to just step back out of the way, kind of just open up this white rook to support this pawn in the centre, and then only later, when you're fully ready, then you push pawns forward. But Magnus says, OK, I didn't need to waste time like Mishra has done over the last few turns. I don't need to waste moves, instead pushes forward. And the reason I thought this was maybe kind of a bit too risky was because, for example, if White takes this pawn, let's say we take back. Yes, White has a very strong pawn centre, but suddenly the black queen can capture this undefended pawn in the middle of the board. And I'm just trying to figure out what Magnus has in store here. Looks like there are some bishop moves you could contemplate, maybe even going up to this square. It looks a bit strange, but you have opened up an attack against the black queen, and suddenly you are hitting an undefended pawn. Wherever the queen goes, you can just take this pawn, and yeah, maybe suddenly the white bishops have come to life. This bishop on a great diagonal, hitting this undefended pawn, and this white bishop as well, on a bit of a kind of annoying square. So, yeah,
could simply be the light square bishop might just take that pawn immediately, keeping the threats alive as well.
Stronger, maybe.
Keeping a big bishop move available. But yeah, it's interesting because you know, he's entering into these complications, which he didn't need to.
Yeah,
So.
that looks very, very dangerous.
Yeah, and just moving this bishop at some point with a discovered attack against the black queen could well be deadly if you time it right. So, yeah, suddenly the stakes are much, much higher. And Magnus, with his pawn push, he's asking Mishra to calculate now. Mishra has to calculate well just to survive. Because, for example, if you trade these pawns, if you play a quiet move here as black, you're toast, you're done for, because at some point white's going to throw these pawns forward, and white's bishops, as we mentioned, coming to life as well. It's scary position suddenly for Mishra, and I'm not sure what I would do, to be honest. I would be terrified as black in the current position. Do you trade? Do you take this one? So much choice, but as we showed just a moment ago, there are downsides to every decision you make.
All right, Magnus Carlsen coming from that loss against Pragnananda, another loss for Magnus against that 16-year-old on the tour, and here playing the 13-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra. It does seem that Magnus is over that loss already. He is able to focus and play some good chess in this game. Do you see big winning opportunities for Magnus in this game?
Yes. I mean, he's got the bishop pair, and we talk about occupying the center in chess in any battle. I mean, Carl's been making those kind of battle analogies, and here white has definitely taken the high ground. It's definitely up to Mishra to fight back. And actually, I think in chess history, okay, there's a debate who's the best player of all time, Fischer, Kasparov, Carlsen, but I think Carlsen's one of the best at bouncing back.
Oh, yeah.
He has faced many defeats actually in his career, but he's always, or nearly always, winning the next game. He very rarely loses two in a row. It's the same with those great former world champions as well, but yeah, Carlsen's phenomenal at kind of putting those games in the past and kind of focusing on the present.
Yeah, and talking about Kasparov and that game in 2004, when sort of Magnus made his big mark on the chess world, I guess, when he did play a draw, but he did at some point dominate, I guess, that game against Kasparov with the white pieces. Abhimanyu Mishra, yesterday, obviously an online rapid chess, but at that very same age, he dominated the game against Ding, world number 2. Yeah. Eventually lost it. But can you somehow compare it a little bit? Are we seeing some of that Magnus magic in Abhimanyu Mishra?
Definitely, there's the same energy. Also, I mean, when you're young, sometimes you get a bit lucky. You beat players, maybe a bit undeservedly, or you're on the back foot for a long time, and you just kind of, they blunder and you win because of their blunder. But that's exactly what Magnus has done throughout his career. He's dominated games. It's a bit like in sport, controlling possession, not allowing your opponent any chances, and it's rare for a kind of a weaker team to do that. And yeah, in chess, at least Mishra yesterday, he showed he can dominate. This game, it feels like the other way around, unfortunately, but it's difficult with black. And
of course.
Yeah, Magnus, it wasn't that long ago that he was a youngster as well, so he knows how to face these young players. And okay, interesting move. Black's knight looks like it's jumped to a square where it can be taken by a pawn, but white's pawn cannot go and capture this black knight because the black rook and the white queen sit on the same line.
Yeah, I think it's probably quite a traditional advantage, though, for white here. As you say, I mean, this move's quite flashy, but I don't think it really changes much. You're not actually threatening anything. And, well, again, Carl, I think you were saying earlier, when you go to prisons, you've got to teach the basics, and the centre of the board, like a battle, is one of the first things you learn in chess. And, forget about the openings, just control the centre, and you can do that from the openings. But here, it's white's centre, right? White's got the centre in the middle game, and when you control the centre, you control the battlefield, and you generally have an advantage because you're more flexible when you use that centre, and that's where Magnus's main advantage, I'd have thought, is in this position, and the two bishops, of course.
Yeah.
Nice move, just sliding away with the white queen out of the eye line of the black rook. So now, for example, if we see a trade of knights, this is what we call the ultimate centre.
Oh, yeah.
Just supporting everything, replacing pawns with other pawns.
I remember from the how-to video, you put up the perfect opening for white, and the pawns isn't that exact position.
Yeah, as I say that, I'm not sure which way Magnus will take back. He's taking with the bishop. He also has a lot to say for it. But yeah, either way, the ideal centre, for example, if black trades, yeah, as you mentioned there, Kaja, pawns supported by pieces. That's the key. And these bishops have a lot of potential to rake down long-term against the black pawns.
And also supported by those rooks behind them. I mean, this looks, to me, like beginner level, this looks so good for white.
Yeah. And it is good, and it's just a simply an easier position for white to play. I mean, like you say, the rooks are very nicely positioned in the centre. They also, because white controls the centre, have the potential just to go to the right, go to the left. They have that flexibility. And sometimes it's just now simply about making those small improving moves and just continuously asking Abhimanyu, like, what are you going to do next? I'm just slowly improving. It's up to you to come up with a move. And it's not easy to even find a plan for black.
Interesting from Magnus there, just taking a time out, pushing this pawn. He's created a safe square for his king, if necessary, long term. If things get complicated, it's an escape square. And yeah, as Jovanka says, I mean, it's so hard to find a move for black.
This is the kind of move, isn't it, David? A3, which I think is just a sign of a very strong player. Because I think if you're starting out in chess, you're always trying to force the issue. As Jovanka said as well, you're trying to do something, But the sign of a real top player is understanding you control the position. You play a move like A3, and you're basically saying to your opponent, it's just like, what are you doing? I'm complete control. I'm playing with my food. I'm just going to roll it about in my mouth a little bit before I eat it. You're my food. I'm just going to wait until you make a mistake. And that's a bit of a weird analogy. Let's not picture that too much.
Like Hannibal Lecter there.
Well, got to. Have you met any?
I couldn't possibly comment.
Okay, just wondering.
But there is a point here that about chess, about knowing when to hold and when to push, is really important in a general sense, because many people, myself included, have lost games that we could easily have held if we just waited, sit back, wait to move. No, we have to go for it, don't we? Too compulsive. Know when to wait, know when to go.
It's like Kenny Rogers, isn't it? It's that song again. You've got to know when to
go.
And look at Abhimanyu Mishra's T-shirt.
Oh, Morphe.
Yeah. Very famous American chess player. Never a world champion.
I'd love to see it.
He would have. They weren't world champions at that time, so he probably would have been. He was by far the strongest player.
I want to see. Can we get Magnus to wear a picture of David on his T-shirt? Well, I'd love to see that. Magnus just takes his jumper off and there's David Howe. That's got to be a challenge.
Be
surely.
careful what you wish for, son.
I want to see that now. Yeah,
Let's make that happen.
Let's make that happen. Yeah.
Oh wow. Inspired by Paul Morphy, Abhimanyu Mishra maybe, but struggling in this game.
Well, there's been a few changes actually in this position, because Abhimanyu, he didn't sit and wait. He was like, well, let me challenge the white pawn center. And I was a little bit surprised to see Magnus actually capture that pawn. And now, yes, those pawns look weak on the right side, but at the same time, they have the potential to generate some dynamic play.
Yeah, and at least the black knight is no longer a dead piece. Black's knight can jump into the centre of the board to the d5 square later. It does have potential to really play a role on an outpost. But first, Magnus is going for those weak black pawns. And this is the type of position where, OK, suddenly the computer surprisingly says black is completely fine, but if he's not accurate, black might just lose a pawn, lose another pawn. Those black F and H pawns are terminally weak almost. So, yeah, I still think Mishra is up against it. OK, it's a decision whether to trade a set of rooks maybe, whether to just jump into the centre with the black knight. Does he leave those black pawns, just let them drop, or does he go on the defensive, go a bit passive maybe, trying to defend them?
If he drops into the centre with that knight onto d5, attacking the bishop on c3, would you keep the bishop or would you let him take the knight, take the bishop?
Very good question. For example, if white gets greedy and takes this black pawn, yes, white goes a pawn up, but after allowing this trade, suddenly the white king is a bit open. Suddenly these pawns on dark squares might be vulnerable to the black dark square bishop. You can imagine the bishop coming this way to attack a pawn, or maybe this way to attack a pawn. So, yeah, I would be reluctant somehow as white. Yes, you've won a pawn, but you lose control. So I think the other option you mentioned there, Carl, just maybe taking a step back with the bishop, that would be maybe the first option that comes to my mind. Yeah. And also this bishop does kind of keep this knight under check. There's nowhere this knight can jump forward to right now. There are other options. For example, do you trade rooks and then trade off this knight just to get greedy and maybe win a pawn at the end? For example, rook takes rook and maybe taking this knight off the board. But Magnus won't want to go for trades that allow the black pieces to get active. The black rook now maybe on an open line. So, yeah, I think this is just logical from both sides. Why not jump into the center if you can? Okay, first he trades rooks. Is the intention now, next move, to jump into the middle of the board with the black knight? And maybe I'm being too hasty, deciding that the white rook needs to capture the black rook. Maybe Magnus will drop back with his bishop, just so that it's out of the range of that black knight, as we mentioned. So if the black knight jumps in now, you don't have to take a move, removing your bishop from its eye line. You can now just go and grab a pawn. Really interesting moments. I mean, the mark of a really top-level player. In this position, I would just say, okay, my opponent's taken my rook. I want my rook on the open file. I want to bring it forward later. But Magnus, he looks for all the options in the current position. Bishop takes also is very logical.
Interesting. And, well, Abhimanyu Mishra, he has ticked down to 3 minutes on the clock, and he takes it with a bishop.
Yeah, just the fact that he took a few seconds there made me think, oh, actually, my instinct was maybe just a bit too hasty. And, yeah, I like that move for white.
We want to keep bishops on an open board. Otherwise, I've thought we should set up a helpline for people who have, call in and say, excuse me, I'm a chess player and I've got 2 bishops on an open board and I have exchanged one off for a knight. And they say, oh dear, well, let me just put you in touch with the GM who'll talk you through it. We have a meeting every Wednesday evening. Don't be giving up bishops on an open board in general.
I'll join that meeting every Wednesday, I think.
I've been there, got the T-shirt.
Bishops are long-range pieces, so having a bishop, even retreating a bishop to the first rank, it's not such a bad thing. Mishra, he knew one of his pawns was doomed, so he threw it forward, and now 2 Harrys are better than 1, right, Simon? White has 2 H-pawns.
Ooh.
That's what they say. Yeah, or Harry and Harold.
Harry and Harold.
That's right.
Is that a situation where the doubled pawns is a good situation?
It's an extra pawn, so I guess it's probably okay, but sometimes double pawns can be good, normally in the centre of the board, where you can control a lot of squares. But I think the main point here is that's a pass pawn. So in the ending, it could become a queen because there's nothing obstructing it.
And Black pushes his pass pawn forward. He's created a pass pawn of his own.
I have
Black
to say,
F-pawn.
I really like what Abhimanyu's done, actually.
I really don't like this last move, though.
Oh, you don't like the last
the black
move?
bishop, I don't really understand.
Because it's tempting to push a pawn, especially a passed one.
Now white has a permanent blockade on the light squares.
That's true. That's very true. But, both pawns are motoring forward.
I have to say, the black king, it looks very safe, though, with all those pieces and pawns around it.
Yeah, I think both kings are pretty safe right now. White's king, potentially a bit vulnerable, but it can just shuffle off into the corner if it really needs to. First, Mishra trying to activate his knight. I think that's the #1 priority. But, yeah, he's done good work with his king. The black king safe as houses, in the near future, at least.
So there is a question for Magnus. How to break through? Will it be all about the Harold pawn that we named it today?
I think so. I mean, that pawn is just simply going to try and tie down Black's forces, especially Black Rook, if possible. And the kind of move that you kind of want to play is you want to push that pawn forward and relocate the bishop to a better diagonal. But for the time being, you can't really touch the pieces on the light squares. Instead, you have to focus on improving the dark squared bishop.
Yeah, white's dark square bishop at the bottom of the board. I said they're great long-range pieces, but here it should really improve itself. I think Magnus just deciding where to put that piece. We're expecting white's bishop on E1 just to make a decision. It can go in either direction.
And I'd have to say, I really love seeing Abhimanyu play. I love the way he bops up and down. I mean, this just gives it away that he is 13 years old.
Energy.
His play over the board, that's older. That's like a really, very experienced grandmaster. But the online behaviour is like...
He's like a hummingbird on steroids, isn't he? He's brilliant. Brilliant.
He's bouncy, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, I just wish that he'd put the Angry Bird cushion as well in eye line, so they would just add that extra point to Magnus. You're playing against a kid.
It was, but we did ask him yesterday about the Spider-Man cushion. He didn't quite know where it was. They painted the house or something like that. But I have to say, since last year when he played Chessable Masters, he has grown up a lot. There's a big difference between 12 and 13. He looks older. He acts older. I guess he plays older.
His voice is broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, last year on the tour, when he did play in the Chessable Masters, he won that one game, but even that one game he won was very shaky, very up and down. But, he had a few tough defeats there as well. But this tournament, even though he's had 2 losses already, he's definitely controlling things more. So the maturity levels of his play are different level, vastly different level. He's made good work of the last 12 months.
It must be fun to be a young chess player because so much happens in such a short period of time, whereas at the age you guys are now, maybe the improving
Don't be younger than me.
Calm down a little bit.
Welcome to the groove, Simon.
Right, should we just leave now? It's all over.
said all of you. None of you are teenagers
They're
anymore.
both my lads, you know.
I'm younger than you, Kyle.
It would be lovely to be like 13 again. Obviously, once you sort of know. Well, everyone makes mistakes, don't they, as well? And it's like, but you also, you know, just enjoying the fact that you're playing the world champs and everything's nice and you're excitable and everything's good. Yeah, of course it would be. Yeah.
But the buzz in the normal club chess world is that just how many of these youngsters are coming through. There's like a new name every week and they're massively strong. You couldn't be this strong before. I know computers help, but you have to have latent talent. And I wish that they could invent chess spectacles. I nearly called them chesticles, but that's probably bad. That I could just put on and see what you see and go, you know, in the Matrix when he has this thing, he says, I can do kung fu. You just put those on and go, I can do chess. You put some on there, if I could see what he sees, just for give me 10 minutes. It'll be fantastic.
I would
It's called
love that.
stockfish.
Stockfish,
A lot of people do that online.
That's true.
Too many people do that online.
Unfortunately, they do.
But
But look at that! Look at that intense look. I mean, that's frightening. That's really, really off-putting.
Yeah.
I'm sure he doesn't mean it, but he just has that fixed glaze.
Yeah.
I think Magnus for sure won't have the webcam open. You don't want to get stared down by
You don't want
an
that.
opponent looking that angry.
That's the kind of look my wife Susan has when I ask her to pay the bill.
You tell her you're
Sorry about
to
that.
talk about some
Hi,
chess.
Sue.
Hopefully she is watching.
She is.
She is
will be
watching. Ah,
I'm
Susan.
sure. She's watching whilst preparing Jubilee celebrations, I think, as they all are in the UK.
Oh.
The Queen. So villages everywhere will be having cake and bunting. And I'm having one in my village, but taking a chess table, a chess set, and getting the opportunity for more people to play.
Taking some prisoners?
Perfect day.
I'm taking no prisoners.
Okay, no prisoners.
Yeah, not that day.
Should I say then Happy Jubilee Day? How do you?
It's
Probably.
in June.
Oh,
It's
okay,
in
so
the-
it's not yet.
It's
No,
like the 3rd to the
preparations,
5th
though.
of June.
But I will remember.
Yeah.
All right, we do have some moves, and Magnus did decide which way to go with his bishop.
Yeah, and I really like what Mishra's done on the last move, at least. I think it was a very necessary decision to jump in with the Black Knight, and there has been a trade, so let's check out what's happened. And, OK, Magnus not getting greedy and allowing a pawn to survive. So if we backtrack just one move, we see that in this position, Black's Knight, yes, it's on a great outpost, but it's not really affecting play. You need to get rid of White's bishop pair. That is the #1 priority. The longer the game goes on, the more powerful they'll become. So Black's Knight jumped in, and after White took it, it's just too strong to allow it to survive. Suddenly a trap, well, a positional trap at least. If White takes this very far advanced Black pawn, then suddenly Black will jump forward with a check and pick off one of White's H-pawns. So, for example, if the White king moves, one H-pawn drops and the other H-pawn as well. A big, big target attacked by the Black queen and by the Black bishop. And suddenly half the board has just been kind of wiped out, and I think we would have been heading towards a draw. Also note opposite colour bishops, which we saw earlier today, having a very drawish tendency. So opposite colour bishop still on the board, but Magnus dodged that small trap. He didn't take this Black pawn. Instead, he brought his bishop back. And yes, now White can keep this pawn alive, maybe push it forward, but at least Mishra has his own kind of strength to bank on. This Black pawn maybe will act as a distraction. It's going to be very annoying, at least for Magnus over the next few moves. So still roughly in the balance. Mishra's fighting back after a very difficult position.
Good time, David. 15 seconds, is that right?
Wow, OK.
I mean,
let's go back to the players, actually, because the clock is going to play a big, big factor. Magnus only at 1.5 minutes as well. So anything could still happen. Mishra improving the Black bishop.
I think it could be this H-pawn, though.
Yeah.
The H-pawn looks so far advanced, and
I think it's...
you move it 2 squares, it's defended by the bishop, and here it goes.
It's running.
So strong, that pawn.
I'm surprised he allowed it to push on. I thought maybe try and keep it under lock and key, maybe just keep an eye on it with the Black rook or the Black queen. But now this White pawn 2 squares away.
And it could, OK, you've got to try to guard it with the bishop. The bishop does control the queening square of White's pawn, but the bishop is also very loose there. It's in a pin. There could be some nasty tactics like queen check, and everything gets traded off. So, for example, here there's just a threat. I don't know if White, If it's
Can you show
white's
this
move,
quickly,
white
maybe?
win. Yeah.
If black just takes a time out, pushes a pawn, okay, he pushes this pawn, that's important, but then a check, as Simon says, and maybe giving up pieces to try and promote to a
You
new
can
queen.
take the pawn with your queen. You
Yeah.
have a tactic on the board.
Another trick. Yeah, and a very
in the
strong
current
one.
position, as Jovanka mentions, this is, okay, it has just happened.
Yeah.
Queen takes pawn is not a blunder, it's not a mouse slip. If the white queen is taken, then white can recapture the black queen, and this rook now cannot actually go and grab the white rook because it has to keep an eye on this corner square. It has to keep an eye on the white pawn. So rook takes rook would allow white a new queen. Let's go back to the game. We saw black's queen try and dodge, and now a queen trade imminent. And okay, the queen trade is about to happen. Mishra down to 5 seconds though. And okay, that was a check. Black's queen blocked. Oh, that white pawn though, it's surely going to win the game now for Magnus. That white pawn, Harry.
Yeah, definitely.
He's done the job. Yeah.
It's, I mean, I can see so many ways that, for instance, the white bishop can actually relocate itself to the g8 square, and then you can get rid of the bishop.
Maybe you can do that immediately, Jovanka. Maybe you can go bishop in front of the king, and then over there, bishop b3.
Yeah, that's
to
what I was
g8.
thinking, yeah.
It's a good idea, I think, that one. It looks strong.
I think there's several ways for Magnus to win, but his camera has frozen. Has he been disconnected, Magnus? He's spending 30 seconds on this one move.
Oh, dear.
He's low on time. He's under 1 minute now, Magnus. Okay, he's back on the camera. There's plenty of winning moves here for white. You could just take off the queens if you want, trade off the queens.
We can even go with your queen,
Yep.
straight over to the g8 square.
Go with the white queen all the way up to the top of the board, try and kind of block off black's rook. Okay, the white bishop, though, is going to act as the blockader. It's going to go up to g8, and look at this. This is going to lock in that black rook into the corner.
Actually, I love... Well, I'd be tempted to play rook takes bishop here, just show off, but I don't know. This move is very visual. I like these visual little things where the rook is trapped. And
We've been talking about chess in prisons. That black rook is a prisoner now, right? It can never get out. And it's uphill now for Mishra. Magnus just needs to trade queens, bring the white king in. It's almost as if that black rook and the white bishop don't exist. And you can just look at the rest of the board, count the rest of the pieces.
he's played this move. This looked like a very pretty way of winning, with the white king running in eventually in the ending.
Yeah, so white's actually down on material right now, but white is completely winning because that black rook is caged in. And the black pawn in the middle is going to drop sooner or later.
I like you're kind of saying it's like they don't exist. So it is true. It certainly is.
It's actually better than not existing for white because that white bishop takes away some squares from the black king. White's bishop actually plays an active part. Black's rook is a passive.
Actually, having the extra H pawn helps a lot here because you can use that to save time at the right case, and black's probably going to run out of moves as he's going to.
But what is sort of the winning? I mean, if it went all the way to checkmate, what would be sort of the winning plan for Magnus now that he cannot move that pawn to the queening square?
So at some point, he's going to use his king. He's going to bring it over and win black's rook. And we're going to reach a position already that's called Zugzwang. That means any move black makes will worsen his own position. And look at the black king. It's completely stuck, defending black's pawn in the middle of the board. Sooner or later, black's running out of moves. There's nothing else to do. Black's king is going to have to give way, and white will just use his king, take the black pawn in the centre, and start darting towards the black rook.
But does he need to take that black pawn before he starts running forwards?
Yes.
Aha.
He'll wait until black runs out of moves. He'll take that black pawn in the centre, and then the white king will go towards that black rook. It's game over. There we go. The black king had to move. And Mishra is trying to adopt a formation we call the opposition, where black's king blocks off white's king from moving forward. But again, as Simon said, white can wait sooner or later with this pawn. That is a very useful pawn. We talked about those two Harry pawns. This one is actually doing the winning...
and is it now Zugzwang already, or are we getting there?
It will be in the next move. So any move that Abhimanyu makes will just worsen his position. He would just actually like just to go pass.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you can't do that in chess.
And I think we'll see a result any moment. Just we'll explain it maybe in more detail a bit later, but the black king is going to have to give way. No matter which way the black king goes, the white king will go the opposite way. And traded pawns will not help black. Here we go. The white king is coming in now. And black's king unable to help.
It's getting close then, I guess. A win for Magnus Carlsen, striking back after losing to Prague in round 5. Mishra giving it a good go, but of course, facing the world champion, it will be hard for a 13-year-old.
And we saw a quick flurry of moves there. White's king did grab the remaining black pawn. And It's not only one pawn that black has to deal with now. All of those white pawns are pushing forward. And you can tell on the body language, Magnus knows it's winning, and Mishra gives up.
It's over. A win for Magnus Carlsen, striking back, winning against the youngest grandmaster in history. It's a long and interesting game, though, between these two. A good result for Magnus, and no disaster for Mishra with the black pieces. A win for Magnus. He was, of course, the favorite. Let's take a look at the game, David. What happened here?
Yeah, I just want to explain why we wrote off black's chances even quite close to the end. And it's all to do with a situation like this one, which we do call zugzwang. So here, if black could just say pass, then actually it's quite hard for white to win. But unfortunately, because it is black's move, he has to worsen his position. The black rook, as we mentioned, is caged, it's stuck, it can't move safely. So the black king has to give way. And in the end, Mishra decided to step this way with his king. If he'd stepped the other way, the white king could go after the black pawn. But as we saw, after the black king went in this direction, the white king went the opposite way. And eventually, the white king just sneaked over and won this black pawn. And yeah, white has actually 3 pawns here and plenty of waiting moves. Black's king eventually has to give way. This pawn was about to promote when Mishra resigned later on.
David, could I just say as well that Jovanka's given us quite a bit of advice on this about the units, the power of the pieces. A rook is worth 5 points.
Yeah.
But it depends on the position. Don't worry too much about the units and, play the game, and they change. They get stronger and weaker throughout.
Yeah. Exactly. Maybe if we can just pull up that final position one more time. This black rook is definitely not worth 5, and this white bishop is worth more than 3, for sure. So this white bishop worth way more than the black rook in this position, especially teamed up with the pawn. And yeah, this black rook, worthless.
It was a loss for Abhimanyu Mishra, but coming up in 14 minutes, we're going to have the Chessable Masters All-American battle between Sam Shanklin and the 13-year-old. Both of them lost both their games today, so this is a big one for both of them. We're going to start building up, and we're going to look and dive deeper into the Reti opening after a commercial break.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? E takes d4, good move. D takes d4, d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Chess is an exercise in awareness. It is evolution in motion. I evolved. This is where I am today. I like the feeling of strength that the pawn on d5 gives me. It feels like building a castle, a fortress. Pawn goes to d5. It is supported by its brother on c6. Knight comes to f6 for more stability. The bishop goes out to f5 as a guard outside the gates. Eventually, the pawn on e6 forms a triangle for the safest pawn structure in the center. It gives me confidence for the upcoming battle. This is the Chebanenko Slav.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Lee Chess, or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder. All this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess. For when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? All right, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, all right? Jesus Christ.
All right, we're just laughing at that funny Aim Chess commercial. Welcome back to Chessable Masters, where we're now going to deep dive into the Reti opening, named after this guy, Richard Reti. Am I correct?
That's absolutely correct. And first of all, I have to say that the Reti opening is actually a system that was devised in 1920 and 30 when the top players of the day, so that'll be like Nimzovich, Alekhine and Richard Reti, decided that chess had become way too rigid. And you're going to hear this word a lot. Boring.
Okay.
And the reason why it's named after Richard Reti is because in 1924, Richard Reti used this particular system to defeat Capablanca. Now, the reason that this game is so significant is because, well, Capablanca had an 8-year unbeaten streak.
Whoa.
And Richard Reti, using his system, just completely put paid to that. So that's
he
why...
ended that streak with the Reti opening.
Yes, 8 years. Wow. I know, it's very, very unfortunate for Capablanca, but so be it. But the man behind the name is actually equally fascinating. He learnt the game at 6 years old. Mm-hmm. He learnt it by watching his parents play chess. Mm-hmm. And he actually begged his father to play. You know, he said, please, 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 give me a game. And the father said, sorry, chess is just too difficult for you. You're not going to understand it. And guess what? Richard said, please, 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 please. I really want to play. And the father goes, OK, then go on then. And Richard Reti won.
Wow.
And he won a game against his father the second time. But despite kind of showing this talent, the family kind of said, well, we forgot about it. And it wasn't until 6 years later when Richard Reti was 12 and he spent one summer composing and studying chess on his little garden table and sending these problems out to chess columnists. And one of the columnists actually responded and said, hey, you know, if you're 12 years old and composing these type of problems, you have a talent. But the family actually went, oh, we better do something about this. But, you know, Richard Reti got better as a player. But, you know, he had his ups and downs. And one tournament I kind of want to mention, because it kind of shows like a triumph over adversity, is that in 1908, he played his big tournament and it didn't go well.
Ooh.
He drew 3 games.
Okay.
He won no games and he lost 16.
Oh, no. Oh,
no. But, you know, he didn't let that discourage him. And,
probably didn't use the Reti opening.
No,
then,
he didn't use the Reti.
This wasn't invented yet.
No, it wasn't invented just yet. And so, you know, he didn't let that discourage him and he carried on playing chess more as a hobby. And it was only after the Second World War that he actually became, you know, a serious chess player because his, you know, the job situation with with academia, it wasn't going to go so well. So he was like, no, I'm going to become a chess player. He composed lots and lots of problems, came up with this system, and traveled the world. And in fact, he's the first master to travel to northern Norway.
Really?
So, yeah, he's definitely an interesting character. Yeah. And sadly, I have to say, that his life was cut short by scarlet fever. You know, he died when he was just 40 years old.
But he did invent this great opening. I want to see it now. And David can maybe put it up on the board. The Reti opening for white.
Yes. So it kind of starts off with white developing the king's knight to the f3 square. And the beauty of this opening is that white doesn't commit the pawns at all. And instead, it focuses on developing the pieces. The bishop, for instance, will go to the fianchettoed g2 square, and white will perhaps challenge the d5 pawn by pushing the c2 pawn 2 squares forward. And the reason why this opening is so popular is that most of the action and fun happens in the middle game. And this allows the players to kind of show their creativity, show their natural ability. And it's very, very popular with players such as world champions Magnus Carlsen, former world champion Vladimir Kramnik, our man on the desk, David Howell, who uses this a lot to win a lot of games. And it's also very popular at all levels.
Cool. And we also, we definitely know it's popular because if we take up the opening stats again, the most successful opening for white this season on the tour, well, the Reti is in second place in all the decided games in this opening. 71% has ended up with a win for white. That must mean it is a good opening. And we do have some special stats just on the Reti opening as well. 7 games played this season, and it's definitely a very good opening for white.
Yes, 71.4%. Wow. I mean, that is a very, very high statistic. Okay, not too many games, I have to say, because, you know, it isn't the most popular of openings, but it just goes to show how powerful this is, because, you know, these are 7 games played by the world's best players.
And obviously, if you want to become an expert in the Reti as well, just like these top chess players, there is, of course, a Chessable course ready for you. It's this one by, I have it here, Krzysztof Silecki. You too can become an expert in this opening. Now, I don't know if this was one of the openings that Team Carlsen looked at before the World Championship match in Dubai. It probably was. And tomorrow, you guys, we will show you some exclusive, never before seen footage from that training camp Magnus had with his team in Spain. And here is a little taste of what you can expect tomorrow.
I'm doing training camps for 8 years with Peter and Magnus, so we know each other very well. We always do a lot of sport, which is good for him because he gets into shape. It's also good for me because I get into shape as well.
As a Russian, I can say, like, comparing to Russian camps, it's
I have worked in a different team before. It was, let's put it like that, tougher. But I think it goes along that we're trying to build team spirit, also trying to get some input from Magnus. We are mainly trying to make the opening phase not important in a way, rather than sort of try to dominate. I think that will be the Russian style or the one I worked for before, right? To try
I would guess so. I think it's exactly the opposite.
That's coming up tomorrow. Never before seen footage from that training camp. They also reveal some of the openings they are working on. You can also see how Magnus is practicing his memorizing all that opening prep. So coming up tomorrow, and coming up in 3 minutes is the next round in Chessable Masters preliminaries. In round 6, Magnus Carlsen did win that game against Abhimanyu Mishra. A great win for Jordan van Vriest against Sam Shanklin. Wei Yi in top shape here. He won his game against Eric Hansen. David Anton winning against Ariam Tari. And the Swede, Nils Grandelius, winning his game against Gawain Jones. So these are now the standings. After 6 out of 15 rounds in the preliminaries, Wei Yi is still on top of the table. 14 points for him. Magnus Carlsen is now in second, together with David Anton. So far going great for David Anton. And we do see Mishra is now... Where is Mishra? There he is. 13th. Yep. So he is now currently outside top 8 that qualifies for the knockout stage. and so is Sam Shanklin in 9th place. This is the game that we will follow in the next round. Here are the games for Magnus Carlsen. It's Pentala Hare Krishna coming up. Ding Liren will face Aryam Tari. But we will follow Abhimanyu Mishra against Sam Shanklin, All-American battle. This will be interesting. And Sam Shanklin, where is he ranked in that super strong American team, David?
The problem for Sam is that there are just too many good players. He's roughly, he's there and thereabouts in their Olympiad team. He has been American champion, of course, Sam Shanklin, one of the best opening theoreticians out there, but he's got players like Hikaru Nakamura in his way, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, Levon Aronian. It's a very stacked international team there.
Definitely. But he will be the favorite then, I guess, in this game against the 13-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra.
Yes, Sam, he's one of the hardest working players out there. He will try and take the game into waters where Mishra maybe isn't so comfortable. Sam does a lot of research. Then again, Mishra has white. Mishra is full of energy. He's surprised us before. He could do it again.
Do you think, though, Jovanka, that being the older player against this young American player that everyone is talking about, this is the game that Sam does not want to lose?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, especially as someone from your own country, you don't really want to be losing to the 13-year-old prodigy because you also know it's going to make the headlines as well. So you can see Sam's face that, you know, he's shaking his head.
Yeah. What is this about?
The one thing about Sam is that he's very, very emotional. I remember a time when he was 18, 19 years old, he announced his retirement from chess. He said he was never going to play, never going to compete. He said he didn't have the talent, the ability. A few years later, he came back. He made that push to 2,700. He made it into the elite, and he's definitely there or thereabouts. But sometimes after some difficult games, he struggles to bounce back. If he has 1 or 2 bad losses, often he writes off the tournament. So, yeah, Sam, he's one of the best players out there these days, but still maybe less consistent than some of the top guys.
You know, on that subject, I have seen... I saw at the American Championships that Sam pulled out a number. This during the players' draw for the opening ceremony. He pulled out a number that he didn't want, and he was like so visibly angry and upset with himself. And he was like, "Oh my!" It kind of felt like he'd already decided then it was not going to be a good tournament for him, just because he pulled out the wrong number.
Yeah,
cool.
It's all about the details. Chess is his life, and it always has been for Sam Shanklin. Meanwhile, it's the Italian game. One of the most popular openings these days in elite circles, and a very topical position here. This is very well known, this type of position. It's just quite quiet, all the pawns, all the pieces on the board, but it will liven up later. The Italian game, that's one thing that when I was young, it didn't have maybe the best reputation. It was regarded as kind of a lazy person's opening. And then all these new ideas were discovered in the last 10 years alone, and everybody's playing it with both colours. It's very rich and very dynamic.
Sam's done some of the best chessable courses as well, some of the best received, and it looks like he's getting ready to film another one there. He's got the green screen already.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
it's like, right, maybe that's why he's a bit angry. It's like, this is getting in the way of my chessable recording.
Yeah.
He's getting another course out.
He has so many. He has D4, Sicilian, Berlin, Semi-Slav. I know he has another one coming out as well.
Yeah, and they're very good reviews on all of them. I mean, he's such a dedicated opening researcher that they're only going to be good material what he does. So,
Coming for your record of 27 chessable courses, Simon.
he's got a long way to go until he gets there. A long way to go yet. So,
Do you have any more chessable courses in the pipeline?
Probably.
Simon?
Yeah. I just breed them. I just breed chessable, not kids, chessable courses.
Yeah. You have though, Jovanka. You have something. You're talking about maybe making a chessable course. Maybe?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't quite worked out the details. But yeah,
I can imagine that would be something you would do really well at. Teaching chess, having a good chessable course.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. Yeah. The only thing is that it's a lot of work as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah. I mean, the great thing about doing these type of courses is that's so fantastic for your chess, because in order to communicate something effectively, you actually have to understand it very well. And that's something that they say when you want to break down information or when you have something very complicated, the best thing you can do, you know, and also to get it to stick into your memory is actually to teach it to someone low rated than you. And if they can understand it, then, okay, you're doing a good job.
Yeah, and Sam Shanklin, with all his Chessable courses, well, he must be expert in many parts of the game and many openings, David.
That's right, and Sam is also an exception because he practices what he preaches. Whatever Chessable course he makes, he will play it. He will use his own games as kind of the foundation for those Chessable courses. And, OK, in this one, we've seen a lot of trades. All of the bishops are about to leave the board. And the main imbalance is that black has doubled e-pawns. If you look in front of the black king on the e-file, black has doubled pawns there. So long-term, maybe a weakness. Black lacks flexibility with his central pawns, but it's a minimal thing right now, especially while queens and major pieces remain. So, OK, Mishra, I'm wondering what he's thinking about. Usually you want to take this bishop back with your knight. And, yeah, it's just very, very tense. There's a lot of life left. A lot of manoeuvring maybe ahead.
It's incredible now, like, if you think about it, how all these players playing here, they have a course out. You know, if you go back, like, 50 years, can you just imagine all the guys having a video course out and still playing? Like,
Fischer would never share secrets.
Yeah, exactly. Bobby Fischer with his, chessball course-wise playing, or it's just, it's a different world, isn't it, really? That you can get so much information at any level, quickly.
But is it almost like writing a book? Because I know it's a lot of work. There's hours and hours of video.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's just as hard, I'd say, as writing a book, because you've got to write it, check the lines, and then present the course as well. And you've got to present it in a way that people understand it. So there's a lot of elements to doing it, yeah.
And Carl, I suspect maybe in prisons that online stuff such as Chessable, playing online, that's not the easiest maybe for the prisoners.
No, because many don't get access to the internet for obvious reasons. So that's where books come in.
Yeah.
Still, there is a need for books, of course, and magazines, and it's very useful. I'm thinking about, I don't know if Gary Kasparov ever did a Chessable course, I don't know, but I do remember the first VHS videos that came out.
Sorry, what?
Exactly. I'm here to take you back.
VHS? What are VHSs?
Put them in and fast forward, and Kasparov was on one. This was classic, and he's on one talking about explaining what you're thinking to people. And I can't remember the opponent, and somebody was interviewing him in a game against Karpov, and he said, well, what did you do here, Gary? And he said, well, it's quite easy. I play bishop f2, g3, I play knight f5, g4, g5, and it's just big advantage and win. And the guy said to him, well, could you please just explain that for the audience? No. It's just obvious win. And I paid £15 for that. And I think, well, where? I can't see. So, you have to have a talent. You can be as good as you want, but, tell us, Gary, we've paid the money. So that's where nowadays this is just invaluable.
Not everyone can teach, I guess.
Yeah, not even the best player in the world at the time. I mean, in some ways, just confusing sometimes. So, yeah, it sees too much.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned books, Kaja. I think the biggest kind of successful period of Sam Shanklin's career was just after he wrote a few books on pawn structures. And then I think within months, he became American champion ahead of those players, Caruana, So, Nakamura. So, yeah, I think, as Jovanka mentioned, putting the work in, creating Chessable courses, creating books, that's actually the modern way of improving and working on one's game. Why just spend hours, tapping with a computer passively, just like trying to memorize? Why not actively try and write things down into words? Just trying to kind of explain your thought processes, and that helps you understand better. I know that's been the case with me for commentary and with writing. I find I understand chess better than ever now, but especially better than when I was young, when I was purely calculating. I know when I was young, I couldn't explain why certain moves were good, certain pawn structures were good, because I would maybe recognize them, but I didn't understand myself. And yeah, these top players,
interesting.
That's why they understand so well now, and that's why they're able to communicate their thoughts through modes like Chessable.
But obviously then, putting all of that stuff out on Chessable, it is money for the top chess players, for anyone doing it, so that is a great thing. But it also reveals your strengths, everything you're thinking about, something maybe you found out. Is that a problem at all?
It's a fine line.
Yeah, it's a fine line, but at the same time, this information is out there for everyone to discover because, after all, everyone is playing chess. Everyone now has computers, and the top players all have supercomputers. So, I mean, I think it's a good thing to kind of get your information out there. And, you know, we on the tour the last season, we had that fantastic example where Wesley So created a Chessable course, and he then won 2 tournaments on the back of it. And even beat I mean, he was just playing his course against Magnus.
Turns out Magnus hadn't done the research. Magnus hadn't gone onto Chessable and studied Wesley's course, and Wesley was just using exactly the material on there. So it's one thing revealing secrets, but your opponents have extra work to do to actually go and study those notes.
Come in and watch my 10-hour Chessable course, Magnus Carlsen.
I can remember one grandmaster telling me a story. This is before Chessable courses, books where you got your information from, and they weren't always correct because computers weren't as strong. And I remember this grandmaster telling me he wrote a book, but he left out the best line. So he left out a winning line in a very complicated, he said, well, I don't want people playing this against me. So he wrote this book on purpose. And then, but he left out a winning line, so it's a little bit hidden. And then, he said he got an email from someone, and this guy said, "Well, I followed your book, and it's just, it's just losing. What's going on?" And he's like, "Oh, yeah, sorry about that." It's like, so there was a bit of craftiness before with some players hiding the lines and trying to trick readers. I mean, that doesn't happen anymore because of computers, but it did happen. It did used to happen. So
it's still very strange, isn't it? Because it is a war game, and you're effectively giving away the details of your military capability. Why would you do that? If you still got aspirations to achieve things, why would you do that? It's strange.
It is a little
I understand why sometimes.
Because there's something wonderful about having your name on paper and for everyone to read and for people just to look at your work.
I think that's okay, but unless you're aspiring to get somewhere, if you're targeted on becoming a world champ or something like this, you can do that later. This is the now. I want this. I'll give those details later. Kasparov would never do it, would he? He would have said.
He was doing it at his prime. You know, there's like Kasparov teaches chess, and then there's also. Someone else. Quite a few players. Bobby Fischer did my 60 men.
They weren't giving away.
Well, they didn't give his big database, though.
That's true.
He didn't give his database away, did he?
No,
Caspo.
No chance.
And
no.
The position, meanwhile, is still quite stable, still manoeuvring. But Carl, how about the process of writing your books? Was that, I mean, how did you kind of come up with the idea originally, and how did you kind of find that whole?
The prison one was quite easy because I looked to see if there was anything like it out there. Where can I find information about chess in prisons? And there wasn't. This is back 2014 I started doing it. And then prisoners wrote to me, and I would write certain things when I go into prisons. And I thought, why don't I just put all of this together so that prisoners can have, I'll call it the chess Bible, if you like. That's not me being sort of self-effacing, but one book that they can learn about the history of chess, the moves of chess, great games, how to study, how to motivate yourself, all those things that you might want in one book, in one cell. And it came together quite easily, to be fair. So that was great. The other book, which is really my chess memoir.
Yeah, this is a thicker book.
Yeah, it's about how, and we must all be able to identify how chess has helped me through my own life. When I found it when I was 12 years old, I didn't achieve anything until I became school champion. And at that moment, I knew I could do something. I wasn't the prefect because I was never really the good boy, but I managed to get an honours tie, which my prefect friend could never get. And I thought, you know what, when I stood on stage that day, when I was 16, and I got the trophy and I got the tie, I could not have been more proud, and I still am. And it's just a school title, but everybody has a moment in their life when they know they can do something, achieve something, and that's the same for the prisoners as well. So you just got to keep believing in yourself and working at it. You need a bit of luck as well.
And I have to say, this Cole's story is absolutely fantastic. It's a rip-roaring tale, and sometimes your jaw will drop when you read about the adventures that Carl has had in his life. And
I'm looking forward to reading it. And I can see there's few chessboards in this, so it's not a classical chess book with all the chessboard and the notation.
No. It's just
it's almost like a novel.
Yeah. Very cool. All right, and the big moments is in this game. Is that coming up, David?
I hope so, because it's been very quiet up to this
Yeah.
point, and maybe we can jump in to just discuss what is costing the players so much time on the clock, what they're thinking about, what's going on in their mind, and it's just so stable right now. White's pieces are nicely centralized. I like what Mishra's done with his rooks, getting ready for the position to open up. The knights are pretty good right now. The white queen as well, on a nice, decent, active square. Maybe creating some annoying pressure on this diagonal. The problem, though, for Mishra is what to do next. Sometimes in chess, your position is just too nice, and it's hard to improve. One concept would be maybe pushing forward in the center with your pawns, opening up the position, but are you ready? That's the big question. We might well see a trade, a capture of pawns here, and now the question is, if you take with the knight, we'll see the knights come off the board, maybe the queens will come off the board next, everything will get traded off. But if you take with the pawn, this is a pawn sacrifice, and black will capture your pawn in the middle of the board. You just aren't ready, and therefore Mishra says, okay, I'm not ready, I'm going to retreat, and that's the thing in chess. It's so hard for a human to just sit still, do nothing, and wait for the action to happen. He steps back with his knight.
It's very hard for Mishra to sit still, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's got
literally sit
literally,
still.
yeah.
Instead, he's worsened his knight, at least temporarily. Maybe he'll improve it on the next move by bringing it next to its fellow knight, guard his king. But yeah, it's so hard to imagine any real progress being made. I like what Sam's done, actually. Black is rock solid, and I'm expecting him to bring his other rook to this f-file. And actually, with black, you could potentially create some attack. Another idea would be to bring your knight to the edge of the board. This is quite a common plan at all levels. I know when I was young, when I was kind of an amateur player and just coming through the ranks, I dreamt of putting a knight on this square, just kind of the building the bridges for an attack later on. And yeah, lots of choice. Black's pawn structure is the only real imbalance, this double pawns, but they're not a weakness, at least for now.
And do you want to know a fun fact? So we were talking about Chessable courses. Sam Shanklin, he has 4 of them. His thoughts, his plans, all out there on Chessable. And stop me, of course, David, if something shocking happens. But Mishra, so this is a message from Garrett from Chessable. And he writes to me and says, Mishra became a grandmaster by switching from playing 1e4 to 1d4. And the repertoire he used to attain his grandmaster title was Sam Shanklin's Chessable course. Lifetime repertoire is 1d4, and Mishra also started playing Shanklin's Semi-Slav versus Black against 1d4. So if anyone knows Shanklin's repertoire, it's Mishra.
Yeah,
Playing
I
here with
suspected
white.
that much because, you know, when I was looking at Mishra's games, well, actually, that's not the story. The story is I was actually using Sam Shanklin's repertoire myself, and there was a lot of Abhimanyu Mishra's games. And I was like, oh, someone has been watching Shanklin. Snap, snap. And yeah.
The opening he used in the last game against Magnus, that was something Sam Shanklin had played before as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that must be unsettling for Sam. Every time he researches his own openings, he says he sees Mishra's name. So maybe that's why Sam is playing something that I haven't actually seen him play before. But
he's also got his own course out, I think, Mishra, as well, on Chessable. Yeah. So it's worth, if you want to know how this kid became the youngest grandmaster ever, he's got a Chessable course where he talks about that. So that's also very interesting, I think, for the sparring players.
It's funny, you mentioned he became a grandmaster from switching from 1e4 to d4. Here he switched back to 1e4. But he's finally played d4, not on move 1, move 18.
Perfect timing, actually.
And talking about courses, I just want to read out one comment from Elmer Johnson, who has a kind of comment aimed at Simon. He says, Simon, you made the black lion. Where is the white tiger, the blue elephant, the green dragonfly, and the rest of the unusually coloured animal courses?
In production. Give it another couple of weeks, they'll be in your email. So
27 new courses to come.
We actually just, funnily enough, it's funny, a new course came out yesterday. Can you believe it? You were talking about it, and I think it was kind of one I did jointly, but it was one of the ones I'm happiest about. It wasn't my course, it was one I did with Keith Arkell, and it was really Keith Arkell's course on how he became such an amazing endgame player. And it's a very interesting course because it avoids variations. So I get really bored with, I'll be honest, long variations. I can't be doing with them. I like simple explanations about why'd you do this, why'd you do that. So Keith's course, Arkell's endings, which has just come out in Chessable, is I think a really good way to become, as you said, all-round player, wasn't it? Not just an opening player, but a rounded player. So Yeah, that's course number 28.
There are golden nuggets in there. I just saw Keith at the English Championships a couple of weeks ago, and I said to him, I'd read the book. The first point was the book, and little nuggets like, at what point in an endgame does he move his f-pawn? You've got these points. I never move my f-pawn until a certain point, which you'll have to look at the course to understand. But, you know, those little nuggets, of course, but when you're just a normal tournament player like me, you then have to understand how you proceed from there. But it's all, they've given away all this information.
I know.
Take it.
Arguably the greatest endgame player in British history, yeah? Or one of the top few.
Really?
That's what he's known for, yeah, certainly. His great endgame play. And he's basically made a career from it. You know, since he was a kid to where he is now, he's just won endings, and that's made his life, you know, his house and everything, really.
It's just the same game over and over again.
Yeah.
He wins every time. I don't understand.
Computer
always says 0.0 for 100 moves.
Yeah.
And then a few moves later, he wins.
And it's always the same kind of idea.
Pattern,
so he's put it in a course now. Yeah. That's the thing. He's actually put those ideas. He just does the same setup, the same ideas, same win.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's amazing.
But you know something? I actually have seen some of Keith's attacks.
Amazing.
And they're ferocious.
Yeah.
Absolutely, some fantastic games from him.
Yeah, well, the thing is, to be a great endgame player, you have to calculate really, really well. Firstly, to survive to the endgame, but even in endgames, to finish things off, it's all about calculation, the last stage. So yeah, he can do everything.
Yeah, his game against Julian Hodgson actually is in that course. He had a win where he crushed Julian Hodgson in like 25 moves, when Julian Hodgson, I think, was one of the top 20 players in the world. So it does have the odd attacky game in there as well. But,
what was the name of this course?
Arkal's Endings. After Keith Arkal.
This is the course for me. Not that I make it to many endgames, but if I do,
yeah, it's a nice, easy like to not too many deep lines, but just explanations. So it's yeah.
And talking of explanations, a couple of things have happened in the game, so maybe we should jump in to show. And a big moment now for Sam Shankland. He's thinking, just to rewind, we left it in this position. Black had just doubled up the rooks. Actually, some attacking potential here along this line for Black. So Mishra thought, OK, it's time to clarify the situation. No time to wait anymore. And he pushed his pawn forward. We saw a trade in the centre, and knights came off the board as well. And now the queens are staring down at each other. It's Black's move, Shankland's move. Does he trade? He allows the exchange to happen. I was going to say, if he wants to win this game, then maybe he can keep the queens on. Just move the queen out of the way. Next move, you can move your knight, and the black rooks do have attacking potential on this line. But, OK, he chooses in this moment to push in the centre. I trust him because he's great at kind of navigating pawn structures, but this does allow white to push forward and block things up. Also, white, when to trade, when not to trade. The tension might continue for a while. Just to explain to viewers at home, it looks like this is quite a good trade for black in this situation. White has doubled isolated pawns now, but this one white pawn completely locks down this black pawn. This black pawn now is a backward pawn because any time it marches forward 1 squares or 2 squares, it's just going to be captured by the white pawn, en passant even. So this is a backward pawn for eternity, and it's actually quite hard to mobilize it later. So interesting decision in terms of pawn structures. Worsening your opponent's pawn structure, but also worsening your own in the process. So instead, pushing this pawn forward, I'm expecting Mishra to do the same, lock things up, and we'll see a situation where white has more space in the centre, but this block structure means it's all about manoeuvring. And whose knight is going to be better? That's the big question.
Interesting. Abhimanyu Mishra thinking he is down to 7 minutes. They played equally fast, these two players, in this game. And will we have a winner, or will it be a draw?
I don't know. I think all 3 results are possible, and it's actually probably going to hinge on these next few moves, because the line that David showed to me looked nice for white. But if Abhimanyu plays inaccurately, you know, and somehow, you know, the queens get traded off and black is allowed to be very mobile with his pawns on the left side of the board, I think maybe Sam Shankland could be better. So it's a critical moment in the game.
Yeah, it's not going to swing in just one move. It's all going to be about long-term planning. It's going to be a series of small inaccuracies from one side, maybe, or OK, this exchange of pawns makes some sense as well. But now, after black recaptures, for example, if black takes this pawn back with his own pawn, white is left with an isolated pawn in the centre of the board. So long-term, I wasn't so keen on this one.
It's rather unambitious, I feel, this move, because you're making exchanges and you could have grabbed some more space by just pushing forwards, controlling more squares. And it seems like this is trying to simplify things a little too much to my liking here. So
he has done that a couple of times, Mishra. Even when he was winning yesterday against Ding, for example, he's trying to take the most simple option. Maybe that's just a natural thing. I think I did the same when I was young, facing opponents rated 200 points higher. Okay, the queens do finally come off, and now, after this capture with the black knight, okay, interesting. Now, both sides have weaknesses. Black's rooks, though, have opened up, so black's rooks are threatening to come down and take white's pawn on the f2 square. I think that pawn needs to push or be defended. Black does, however, have an isolated pawn of his own on the e6 square, a target for white's rook in the centre. Weaknesses everywhere.
Yeah, that's true. Normally, I kind of judge these type of positions by doing some simple maths of like, black has one weakness, that's the pawn on e6. White, on the other hand, has 3 pawns with no friends. And those guys could be, well, vulnerable if targeted.
The 2 white b pawns, I mentioned they did clamp down on one of black's pawns, but those 2 white b pawns, if the black knight can hop around maybe and start attacking them, they could be difficult to defend. So long term, I could definitely see this going wrong for white. And okay, Mishra, he's not too far behind on the clock for now. So okay, keeping his pawns nice and safe, blocking the black rooks. That's a good start.
Yeah. So you mentioned David, Sam Shankland. He is a former US champion. Has Mishra even started playing those US championships?
I think he's been playing in different sections of the US Championship. There are junior tournaments and qualifying events, but the US Championship itself, it's very elite. It's just the top 10 or 12 players. Okay, we lost the players there. They're coming back. But yeah, you have to qualify for the US Championship either by rating or through kind of a process of other events.
Okay.
So it might be a few years before Mishra can compete. Unfortunately, in the US, there are just so many players. I think you need to be 2,650 rating-wise, 2,650 at least to qualify, maybe even closer to 2,700 these days.
Wow.
I'm not sure I'd even get into the US Championship. It's that strong these days.
Yeah. And how about in England? All of you are English superstars. Are there any English youngsters coming up that you are a little bit excited about, that everyone is paying a little bit extra attention to?
There's one, Shreyas Royal. I don't know how old he is. David knows him a lot better than I do. But
he's basically the same age as Abhimanyu Mishra, and he's not as far along in the development process, but he's almost international master level.
Okay.
So maybe in a few years he'll be grandmaster and take it from there.
Yeah.
To be honest, there's not enough.
Yeah,
I mean, if you compare it to other countries,
compared to India, Uzbekistan, US,
Uzbekistan as well, yeah.
Uzbekistan, so many players.
China. I mean, if you go back to the 1970s, I mean, 80s, England were like number 2 in the world, pretty much. I mean, they came second in the Olympiad, and it has to be said since then. I mean, we have some great players. Don't get me wrong, some really good. I mean, players, young players. I mean, I know you're friends with Marcus Harvey, but he's not a junior anymore. He's a very talented player, but we don't really have enough coming through. I would, compared to other countries, it's just not there.
The sad fact of the matter is that we just don't have enough funding. And, you know, a lot of these countries, like, for instance, Uzbekistan, you know, the government is actually pumping in, like, millions of dollars to aid their chess players. Meanwhile, in the UK, you know, we're struggling on...
Even travel to tournaments, maybe?
Yeah, to struggle.
It's all self-funded, really. That's the thing. If you want to become a good player in England, since we were juniors even, I mean, we had to get support from our parents, which is massive, you know, costs a lot of money to go to tournaments, and you never really been much government support or support elsewhere from sponsors.
Imagine Abdusatorov, when he won the World Rapid Championship, the president of Uzbekistan gave him a free apartment. I mean, and a huge chunk of cash to support his development. So that would never happen in the UK.
England.
Boris Johnson giving us...
Open up your wallet. And, well, if there is not, you know, right now, a big prodigy coming up, we did talk a little bit before the show, Carl. There could be a very good team in, what was it? Online World Prison Championship.
Yep, correct. The second World Prison Online Chess Championships will be held this October.
And you have an English team?
Well, there are Malcolm Payne and the Chess Schools and Communities charity are running 3. I'm trying to run 1 from the middle of England, and Yeah, we're going to be
Incredible.
competing against the rest of the world, and it's a mega opportunity, of course, for prisoners. Imagine being in prison and saying I've represented my country at something.
Play the World Championship.
Fantastic.
Incredible.
And that is just how far up the agenda. We seem to be doing more in prisons than we do in schools. So, you know, if we made a really great player out of prison, of course, they couldn't be let out to play. What we need to get more chess into not just prisons, but schools. It's very contentious, but I have no idea why we don't introduce some into a curriculum. Why can't we just do something? Yeah. But anyway, it's just very annoying. But it's where we are.
Yeah. There's one player who I really want to see play in the online prisons is a recent inmate of HMP Wandsworth, Boris Becker, who plays chess.
That's true.
Yes.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, it would be great.
It'd be interesting.
He's actually he's quite a decent chess player.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he played Kasparov once and he went for Scholar's Mate or something.
Yeah.
A bit, so he's maybe not the strongest, but I mean, it's a bit sad, isn't it, that he's actually in a tough prison.
No, yeah, that is very sad, actually.
It doesn't seem right to me, but anyway.
You'll have to bring us up to speed, Carl, on how your team does.
Yes, I mean, people can go to FIDE, to the FIDE website, and look at chess. It's called the Chess for Freedom, and just have a look. Just go through the FIDE website, have a look at what's happening. There's a guy called Mikhail Korenman in America, in the sheriff's office there, Sheriff Dart as well. Lots of characters running this. And I say again, it's tremendous that around the world, chess is going high up the agenda. That's all I ever wanted was, can we get chess on the prison agenda? And before, prisons would say, well, why we can't afford to do it? And I would convince them and say, you can't afford not to do it. Because you ask, what's the purpose of prison? You know, what is the purpose of prison? Many people say just to keep people away. No. It's to help people when they come back out to not go back in again. And we do that through education, probably influence from other people. And chess, of course, covers the whole spectrum. We'll see there's a move or two coming up here.
Yeah. Is anything dramatic happening on the board, David? It seems like a calm game, or okay.
Could be. It's heading in Shanklin's direction, and that's all because of the pawn structure. I mentioned he's written books on pawn structures, and that's really paying off right now. If we do jump in and just show what has happened on the last few turns, it is turning now. I don't think White should have rushed. There was a moment where Black's knight looked very, very strong, but I think you have to play around it. I think you have to bring your own knight into a strong square. Instead, trading off the set of knights has accentuated the weakness of White's pawns. And this move by Shankland, a really nice one, bringing his rook forward, hitting this weakness. We mentioned that White has 3 weaknesses here, this pawn, and this pawn, which cannot be defended by other pawns. And now after White blocked, trying to exchange rooks, Shankland has said, OK, I'm allowing the exchange, but on my terms. And he brings his rook across one square, staring down at this isolated pawn. So now there's tension. For example, a rook trade, I don't think helps White at all. Black's rook has an easy path towards these weaknesses. Black's king as well opened up to run into the center of the board. Yet if White doesn't trade rooks, if he takes this pawn instead, then Black is simply going to go pawn hunting. Rook takes pawn, and it's 3 connected pawns here. White, meanwhile, has these 2 isolated pawns, these big, big weaknesses. It's going to be hard to save this one and this one long term. I mean, it's one-sided. It's just playing for 2 results, as we call it in chess. If White defends really well, maybe he'll get a draw, but Black is the only one who can really win this game.
Sam Shanklin, he has a bad start to the day. He lost both his games, so a win here is exactly what he needs. Would it mean a lot to Sam, do you think, David, to qualify for the knockouts in this strong tournament?
Definitely. We've mentioned in the past he's his own... trading rooks, I didn't like this, but he is his own harshest critic, Sam, and anytime he doesn't perform up to expectations, you can see him tweet about it. He beats himself up about it. He tries to push himself even more. But when he does well, which has happened quite a lot lately, that kind of drives him, I think, even more. And it's all about confidence with Sam. And this game, I think, will help boost his confidence if he does take it and win it. The Black King, meanwhile, trying to make its way towards the left side of the board where all of the targets lie.
So it's funny how you get different types of players. Like Sam is a very emotional player, and you get a number of players like that. I'd say I'm probably similar. When things are going well, you can use that energy, and that energy, transforms onto your moves on the board. But when things are going badly, it can have a very negative effect. And we saw Magnus in the last round. He's maybe the opposite. He can bounce back. He can put his emotions aside. So it can be a strength and certainly a weakness at the same time. And it's trying to control that, and that's again something that chess does. It makes you control that. I know that some of my videos are in some prisons as well. Some of my YouTube videos, some guys have got their hands on.
I actually received a letter from a man who said, I've been watching Mr. Williams's DVDs or something, and I don't know how they did it, but they do stream Simon's work into some cells. So he's there like a ghost in the night sometimes. And of course, they're noisy places, aren't they, prisons? So sometimes they say, I was awake all night with the noise in the next cell. It's Simon talking about Harry the H porn. Keeping our prison population awake.
Yeah, it's quite a weird thought, isn't it?
It's there. They all know you now.
Yeah, I know. But big in prisons.
The one time I went in, I was playing a simultaneous, and at some point I played H4, and everyone was like, Harry.
Superstar in prisons.
Yeah, that's it. Big in prisons. So
very cool. Inspiring for everyone, Simon.
Meanwhile, a lot of moves, and actually, White's rook has managed to get active, very active, taking a pawn, but Black's rook equally active, and now it's all about the quality of pawns. Black's A pawn, it's not about Harry now, it's about Alice, the A pawn, marching down. It's only a few squares away from promotion, and how does White's rook get back to stop it? I think this is very dangerous now. White's pawns, meanwhile, it's hard to push them forward. They'll just get traded off. No passed pawns for White in this position. But Black does have the best pawn, and that's the A pawn. Watch out for that A5 pawn running down the board. White's king at some point is going to have to retreat. But Black's rook as well is OK. I like this decision, at least trying to go active, giving up a pawn in the process. If Black takes this pawn with his own pawn, the White king does have a route forward. But
there is a check, though. I mean, I was thinking about this move as well, and I was like, pawn takes, like you say, the White king steps forward, but the rook checks, and you're just giving up a pawn.
So say takes, then this is very nice for White. Suddenly you can jump into the position, you can start grabbing some pawns, maybe even some checkmating threats, for example. Here, White's rook wants to come up and trap the Black king. The White king keeps it under guard. But unfortunately, this check is very annoying, and you're going to take this pawn back with the Black rook.
Very confusing, these endings, though, because, I mean, I think Mishra's done a very good job in a very tricky position. He's trying to activate, even if he gives away a pawn or two. That is one of the most important things in a rook ending, just to get active with your rook and with your king. He's managing to do that, and it's a little bit murky, right? I mean, I think you have to go for this pawn if you're in time, and you've got to pass pawn yourself now. Bit murky. A little bit murky, maybe?
I don't know. I was a little bit afraid of this. I thought maybe the king should kind of keep an eye on Alice, the A pawn, and the White rook should be the one, trying to source some.
Yeah, the king definitely needed to stay just within range of this pawn, because in this position, at least you can go active with your rook. You can start grabbing some stuff. In the current position, if we fast forward, what's happened is that White's king has gone after this pawn, but still, I mean, this guy is going to start running at some point. You can start giving a check.
Maybe you can win immediately here with some clever idea of just trying to swap the rooks off at some point.
Yeah, there we see actually Stockfish, the computer, does confirm Black has one move that's winning outright. The others maybe give White a chance, and it's actually the most obvious move in the position, I feel. Just a check, and next move grabbing this pawn. For example, wherever the White king goes, you take, and I mean, these three connected pawns are going to win the game. White does have one hope, and that's this guy. But it does feel a bit slow. Black's king, at the very least, will slide across and start guarding against it.
It's looking good for Sam.
Some calculation to be done, but looking very, very good for Black if he finds this move.
But actually, despite it winning a material, I'm not sure it's that human move. Because,
What else? There's no other...
Yeah, but somehow it's like the idea of that White pawn advancing and that's it becoming a race.
But I think by process of elimination, Black had no other logical moves. I mean, if you push the Black A pawn, then the White rook is actually going to slide back along the fourth rank and go and kind of chase it. So I think this was just no other option for Sam.
And we did see Praggnanandhaa on fire today. He started the day winning against Magnus Carlsen, then a draw against Pantalari Krishna, fellow Englishman, and now a win in this round against Gawain Jones. So Praggnanandhaa currently in second place in the tournament. He has woken up the 16-year-old. And here we go, the pawn, the rook moving.
Yeah, so now it's a race. White's f-pawn has to start running, nothing else to do. And black will try and stop that. If black can stop all the white pawns, then black will win with his majority. The black pawns are further away from white's army than the white pawns are from black's army, so that I think that's going to be the deciding factor. Also, the more pawns, the better in general. So Shankland in charge.
And unfortunately, Gawain Jones, your favorite, of course, being English, he is still struggling. He is in bottom of the table after this loss as well. Only 2 points so far for Gawain. But it is a super strong tournament.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. And it just seems like both Gawain and his study partner, Niels, just doesn't seem to be working because they've actually been playing the same openings.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Gawain Jones and Niels, they've worked together in the past. They play this tournament, they're playing exactly the same stuff.
Really?
And also, when I played Niels Grandelius in a match just a couple of months ago, I knew instantly that Gawain had been all over the preparation, that because he knows me so well from the English chess circuit, he had been supplying Niels with ideas. So it's interesting, but yeah, unfortunately, not going so well in this tournament for them.
No.
And OK, white's rook has to take a step back, just guarding the third rank, stopping black's a-pawn from continuing its advance.
Look how much more exciting the end game is compared to the opening.
Exactly.
This is where the thrills begin and the roller coaster.
Now it's all about a race, blunders.
Yeah, this is the fun bit. This is where everybody stands around a board and looks when you're playing your game. They don't stand around in the opening. I mean, look at the pulsating head there.
Yeah.
It's all going on.
The veins popping.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can definitely see it on Sam. He is interested in this position right now. Leaning forwards. Is he also talking to himself a little bit, I think?
Sam does that. I've played him many times over the board, and he's always kind of encouraging himself. It's like you see tennis players shout, like, come on.
Yeah.
He's doing that to himself quite often.
I mean, isn't there a straightforward way how to kind of push that a-pawn through to its destination? I was just thinking, move the rook 2 squares.
OK, challenge rooks.
Yes.
Offer a trade. And that's what Sam's calculating. Black's rook can come down and fight for the third rank. It's either very, very good or it's a mistake, and he plays it. He plays it. Very natural. If we see a rook trade now, if white's rook goes and captures the black rook, black's pawn is quicker than white's f-pawn. Yeah, I think you're right, Jovanka. It's just logical.
Maybe white's going to queen this way, though, at least, you know, that gives him some chances, I guess. I mean, you just got to just count how many squares it takes to queen. Let's say that white just pushes the pawn now. Both sides might queen.
Let's say we trade rooks, and then it's a race.
Sorry, so change rooks first.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't do it. Okay.
Yeah, here it would have been 2 squares away for black, but also 2 squares away for white. And we see a new set of queens on the board. But at the very end, black has these 2 pawns, so black should win this game. Maybe with this in mind, Mishra decided to keep rooks on. But now in this position, black's pawns are going to start rolling.
Such a nice move from Sam Shankland there, just to give a check, force the king onto a very inconvenient square. Look at it, it's in front of its own pawn.
Yeah, white's king did not want to walk in this path. Actually, I've noticed in rook endgames, checks are nearly always a good idea. People forget them sometimes. They get too focused on pushing pawns, but checks are now, white's pawn is too far away. Black's pawns are simply going to win the game. And here we go. It's not only the a-pawn, but once the white rook comes back, the b-pawn is going to join it. This one's almost game over now.
13
Black pawn's too strong
for Abhimanyu to try to find a defense, which is going to be difficult because it's not there. OK, but I like this move, you know. Well, you know, if Freddie, the f-pawn, can't move, utilize, is it Gary?
Gary the g-pawn.
Gary the g-pawn.
Yep, got to push him.
And I noticed in Magnus's win against Mishra, actually, it was the h-pawn that won the game, but it started as Gary. It became Harry and won.
Oh.
So a bit of a name change there. But yeah.
When Gary met Harry.
When Gary met Harry.
Do you think Sam will sort of celebrate in any way with winning this game, or will he be very calm?
He often celebrates.
Yeah?
He's got to give it a little celebrate, hasn't he? I think,
Yeah,
so.
you have to enjoy your victories. I mean, it's such a big psychological mistake just to kind of, treat your victories with no emotion.
Yeah.
You've got to encourage the physiological reaction.
But saying
of
that,
happiness.
Jovanka, I remember once, I probably said this before, but I remember losing to a very strong player when I was leading this tournament, and he started celebrating basically, I was leading the tournament, it was a big tournament, and his girlfriend came over and they started kissing and like, get in there, son, whoa, and I was like, oh my God, just go away. Don't want to see this. You've lost an important game. So I think, in a real tournament situation, you should probably do it away from the opponent.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be like, get in there, it's just have a bit of respect. So I feel.
Yeah.
So.
But, I'm kind of sometimes, you get so accustomed to winning that you feel nothing. And I think that that's wrong. I think you have to, you have to acknowledge, that your victories mean something, regardless of who you're playing against.
Yeah.
It's my one problem with the top chess players in the world. Even when they win, they're never happy. And OK, here we go. White's pawn is one square away from promoting, but Black's rook can do the dirty work, and it goes all the way back to stop the white pawn. Black's rook is actually just going to give itself up for Gary, the g-pawn, and Black's 2 will break through the white rook. Black's just going to make a new queen, and nothing much to do, unfortunately. The black rook can just go away here. Any safe square along the 8th rank, and white is powerless. White's h-pawn just too far away, and black has won this race. Not much else to say, unfortunately.
Yeah.
No, that's it. And a good victory there. So
I have to say for Mishra, though, he's always spending all his time. He's always playing a few more moves,
And he's setting some traps, There is a trick on the board.
Learning, I guess, at least.
He's learning. I think that's a good thing when you're young. Never, ever resign, because, maybe once every 20 games, once every 30 games, your opponent will relax too soon, slip up. Unfortunately, his trap to distract the black rook doesn't work. No. White makes a new queen, but black makes a new queen as well. And there are no checks, no safe checks for white in this position. Black has an extra rook. And Sam, you can see on his face, on his camera, he knows he's about to win this game.
And remember, 3 points for a win in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, 1 point for a draw, 0 points for losses. So a win here will take Sam to 10 points, and that is good news for him, in hopes of qualifying for knockout.
Also, why resign when it's possible to mouse slip here? Sam could mouse slip his queen. You never know. We've seen stranger things happen on the tour.
Very optimistic.
Yeah, unlikely.
I mean, it's a very simple mating pattern here. This is one of the first checkmating patterns you learn. I think you use the queen and the rook. They call it either, is it the lawnmower? I call it the guillotine. I quite like the guillotine.
Saw another name for it recently. The ladder checkmate.
The ladder,
yeah. When it's done with rooks, you can call it the rook roller.
There we go.
Rick roller.
We have a
And
result.
it's over. A win for Sam Shanklin in the All-American battle with 13-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra. Great news for Sam. He needed those points, and this might inspire him before the big meet with Magnus Carlsen in the next round. And where in this game, David, did Sam get that win?
Yeah, I just want to show right near the end where he secured the win in this pawn race. It looked a bit scary. It looked like White's pawn was about to promote, but Sam had ensured that he could always bring his rook back just in time to guard the key promotion square. And he'd also worked out that after the White king steps forward, he can just run away to safety. The reason this is winning for Black is that if White promotes and makes a new queen, then this queen is simply captured, and these 2 pawns beat a white rook. You can always see 2 pawns, as long as they're on the 6th rank or the 3rd rank for black, they will always overpower a rook. So, for example, here, the pawn would march down. One of these pawns is going to make a new queen, and that is game over. The white rook is powerless. Really nice endgame technique from Sam Shanklin.
Hopefully, Sam Shanklin is feeling inspired from that win. In the next round, starting in 14 minutes, he will face world champion Magnus Carlsen, the American, against the Norwegian. We're going to follow that game in the last round of today. But right now, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Seriously? Checkmate. Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew.
Welcome back to Chessable Masters. We are looking forward to the final round of day 2. Magnus Carlsen is going to play Sam Shanklin. Let's hope for an interesting fighting game and probably a lot of exchanges. And here is today's FTX exchange of the day.
The beautiful thing about exchanges is that actually they are some of the simplest things to calculate in chess, especially when the exchanges are forced. In this position, white is Wei Yi, black is Erik Hansen, and here it actually looks like a really difficult position for white because the white rook is trapped. The white rook also attacked by this black pawn. However, Wei Yi had actually calculated 7 exchanges in advance, and it's all because every move forces his opponent's reaction. Here he started with an exchange of pawns. He played pawn takes pawn, and he realized that, okay, he can actually give up his rook. That's the first exchange. This is the second one, the white rook dropping off the board, but the exchanges continue. The black queen now is the next to fall. The third exchange, white's queen also falls, the fourth move, and here, after pawn takes rook, the king recapturing, Wei Yi had spotted that right at the end of this very long variation, every move being forced, he could win by trading and capturing one final pawn. Here he played bishop takes pawn check, and if we do a quick count, white has an extra pawn in the center of the board. These two pawns actually won the game, as we saw when black's king stepped out of the check and white's pawn stepped forward. So exchanges, if every one of your opponent's moves is forced, then they are actually quite simple to calculate. You should try and look as far into the future as possible.
Very interesting. Wow, what a game that was by Wei Yi. And what a company Chessable is. We're having so much fun diving deeper into openings and all the amazing courses out there. And the inventor of Chessable, his name is David Cramaley. And here is the inspiring story on how he came up with this successful chess company.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is a perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And yeah, I mean, we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
And we hope all of you are using Chessable, enjoying it, learning from it, becoming better at chess, using Chessable and studying all those courses out there. Today we are giving out David Anton's Chessable course on 1e4, e5. And the question to enter the competition is what move do you struggle with the most, right?
Yeah,
in the opening.
What opening move annoys you the most? You know, because we all feel that frustration. Yeah. And Nikki H says that after hearing Simon Williams' story about the move 1f3 as played by Magnus and moves e5 and then very bold move king goes to the f2 square on the late night show, I have tried the same opening myself in some blitz games, only to end up being annoyed by the problems I created for myself. Aww. Yeah, it's not a good attempt at trying to gain an advantage that opening. But anyway, you have a lot of fun. Yeah. And Gonsi J says that they are just not comfortable with gambits because they're never sure if accepting or declining is the way to go. And that's actually something that is very, very common. And when you do get more familiar with the openings, you'll start to understand, and certainly Chessable will help you there. So we have check out the courses.
And we do have like the Queen's Gambit, there's a King's Gambit.
Yeah, there's
as well.
a King's
and
Gambit.
Gambit is basically giving up a piece?
Yep, it's giving up material just in order to gain something extra. So, for instance, some initiative as an attack, time, and there's lots of gambits around. Most of the time in the opening, the best thing to do is to take it. But you know, you do need to know your way to neutralize things. And definitely courses and books available to help you there, Gonza. And Lewis Bickley says, as a new player to the game, playing as white, I always hate it when someone plays. And I really sympathise here, because when I was an E4 player, I suffered the same thing. The French defence. It's always difficult to find some space to attack it, which is always my aim while I'm still learning the game. Yeah, and I can recommend a Chessable course there. And that's Pentala Hare Krishna. I think it's called French Toast.
Yeah, I like that name.
Very, very dangerous opening recommendation for the white pieces. And as always, there's still time to enter our competition. And you can tweet your answer using the hashtag ChessChamps for a chance to win a fantastic prize, which is the Chessable course by David Anton.
And talking about the French defense, it has actually only been played 4 times, the 2022 season of the tour. Is that surprising?
Very surprising. We saw Magnus Carlsen use it yesterday to draw against Ariane Tari, but yeah, I mean, normally that type of opening, which is so popular at amateur tournament player level, I mean, to see it not kind of transfer to this level is, yeah, it's a surprise. And Simon, I know one of your favourite openings, the French.
Yeah, it's the first opening I've ever learnt, really, the French defence. And I think you sort of stick to the things you learn earlier on because you get a good understanding of them. And I think it's a decent opening. It's certainly not a bad opening. And I'm also surprised it's not played more.
Maybe we'll see a resurgence.
Exactly, and maybe we will see it in the next round. Coming up, but first, let's take a look at the results from round 7 out of 15. In the Chessable Masters, Pragnananda is playing some really good chess today. He won against Magnus Carlsen, and he also won against Gawain Jones in round 7. Anish Giri playing some great chess as well, winning his game against Eric Hansen. We also saw Sam Shanklin, of course, gaining all 3 points against Abhimanyu Mishra and Jordan van Foreest. It was a tough start for him, but 3 points in this round to beat it. But it's still Wei Yi on top of the table with 15 points in second place. We do now have Anish Giri with 13 points, the opening expert. Pragnananda climbing. He is now in shared 3rd place together with Magnus Carlsen and David Anton. Sam Shanklin is also now inside top 8. And the games coming up in the final round of today are these games. Wei Yi, the leader, against Jordan van Foreest. Anish Giri in 2nd place. Now to face Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. But we will follow the game between Magnus Carlsen and Sam Shanklin. Norway against the US. And if I'm not mistaken, David, these two know each other quite well.
That's right. As far as I know, Sam Shanklin actually helped Magnus in the World Championship match in 2016 in the US against Sergei Karyakin. So he has been part of Team Carlsen. Shanklin, he'll know how Magnus thinks, how Magnus works. Whether that helps him in this game, I'm not sure, because Magnus plays all openings under the sun, and Magnus is extremely strong anyway, but definitely some... yeah, a little bit of rivalry here, maybe.
Okay, and Magnus with the white pieces. It's never easy to guess what he will play, because as you say, he plays everything.
Should we have a quick guess, guys, before he makes the first move?
I think it's going to be one of these annoying moves. I think he'll try to not play into the main lines, and so we might see something like
C4.
Oh,
C3.
Oh.
This is the key move against Magnus age 10. Yeah, this is the move that beats the mouse slip variation. He tried to play the English, he slipped, and he's played C3.
Is it an annoying opening move?
It's not an amazing first move because it doesn't really increase your options as white. Now we're transposing into pretty much a queen's pawn opening, but white hasn't gone for the most direct, kind of most ambitious attempts. White hasn't really seized space. White hasn't really developed any pieces. But as Simon mentioned, this is a bit of a secret nugget of information if you want to beat Magnus H10 on the app. 1c3. Simon used it. Simon actually mouse slipped, but beat the app. And then I used it to win as well. So it's got a good track record. Maybe Magnus has been watching your games, Simon.
Yeah.
Trying to beat himself at age 10. So.
I don't even know what an app is. I'm that old.
And I guess they're not using the apps in prison either.
Half an apple.
All about the old-fashioned way with the board and the books.
Yeah, the board and the books. You can't beat books. I love books. I think David once, I was watching one show and you said something like, you know, if you've got books and you write it down, people can't hack into your books. Yeah. And that's actually a golden nugget of information. You write your own notes and things. I mean, I like that idea. Yeah. We must keep books.
And they smell nice.
And they smell nice.
You know, and they look good in your house, don't they?
I was going to say well.
If you read
exactly.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. There's so many chess players I know. Again, I think I mentioned this, but you go around their house and they've got 100 books. but they haven't really opened any of them. But it makes them look clever.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we should do a quick survey around the table. So how many chess books do you guys have?
Oh, I've got loads, honestly.
And have you read, would you say you've read more than 50% of them?
No. I'll be honest. No. I haven't even read my own books more than 50%.
But they are reference, of course. I've got over 1,000, and as Susie will tell you, I keep on making more room for mine. And she says, "Where have all my books gone?" And I say, "Well, mine are reference books. Yours are novels. You know? Mine are important, but
academia.
There it is.
They're for your work.
But of course, people who don't play chess get confused because they look at the library and they say, "This book says How to Win with the Sicilian, big thick book," and then this book says How to Beat the Sicilian. Which one do you read? I mean, it's ridiculous. This is black.
That can get frustrating.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, if I can ask me how the percent on my books, chess books, it's 100. But I only have 2 chess books.
Oh, you got a couple more now.
So I need 2. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But these are exactly the kind of chess books that I read.
That's a reference book, of course, that one. But somebody did say a great thing. I mean, I know I joke about getting older, but you assess things and think, I don't need all these books. And I've gone through many times that I'll get rid of loads. I can't get rid of them. I can't choose which ones. They've got sentimental value. But if you really thought about it, do you need more than 10 chess books? Ever? And the other thing I would say is there one book? I still can't, after decades, think if I was on a desert island, what one chess book could I take that goes, this is chess. This is everything I need in one book. It doesn't exist. Surely it doesn't exist.
Not yet.
Not yet. Aha!
One of us needs to write it.
This is it. There it is.
No, I'm always trying to slimline my chess collection. And like you, I have problems, but I've kind of become a little bit more comfortable with the idea of giving away, if I can give them away to chess clubs. And I've kind of promised to give away a lot of my chess books to Bergen's chess club, which is my local chess club. Yeah, but the problem is I haven't been there. My apologies. I'm sorry.
It's been COVID.
I won't go there.
It's been COVID.
Yeah.
And actually, if there is one book that describes the whole of chess, of course, Simon, it is Chess and Fishing.
Best book you can get. It's very rare, though, apparently. I mean, you'll struggle to find it, but if you do find it, you'll join me. We have one of the only copies in the world.
Yeah.
Chess and
so Simon did tease us, and he invented a book called Chess and Fishing, and we all believed it.
Excellent.
Written by...
Well.
I did.
Von Winkle.
Von Winkle.
Two of us believed it. One of us was going, hang on a second. And afterwards, I texted him. I was like, Simon... What do you mean, the Chess and Fishing by Van Winkle? But then he coined a term, the Knight Stable.
Yeah, we got the Knight Stable in there. So,
And is this a stable position? We do see the Knight moving, David.
It's very stable, and both players have spent a bit of time. So we have seen a very strange first move from Magnus, pawn to c3 on move 1. It's a rare opening. I don't even know the name of it, to be honest, but we have transposed into a variation of the Trompovsky attack. You could argue maybe it's a Torre kind of system as well. There's a couple of names for this type of position, and OK, the position is becoming a bit more normal. We did see a trade of pawns in the centre. Now Sam is going to push the pawn in front of the black king 1 square, I assume, and we'll see the play take maybe a slower course. This pawn structure is called the Carlsbad structure, and it arises from the Queen's Gambit, the Caro-Kann openings like this one as well. So they will be using pattern recognition to understand where the pieces belong, maybe which pieces to trade off. And there we go. Sam does push a pawn forward, opening up the black dark square bishop. And
I've seen Magnus win a lot of positions like this when he played the London system. He won a famous game against the Polish player Wojciech, where he normally does a combination of 2 things. He tries to win the light square bishop with a knight to the edge, and he also tries to hit black's b-pawn with a queen move. Maybe we can show, well, David's pointing out those moves there. And both of these moves are a little bit annoying for black, because he has to sort of somehow defend. So it's these little strategies. When you play an opening, you need to know what you're trying to achieve. And I expect that knight will want to come to the edge if he gets a chance.
Yeah, so he's pushed his bishop forward 1 square, and as you mentioned, Simon, this is kind of the kind of sister variation of the London system, which would be a direct transposition. If White's bishop was back here, it would be the London system direct. directly. But yeah, next move, if, for example, black does the same and develops, I think we'll see your move in action. The white knight going to the edge of the board, trying to capture this bishop, and at the very least, you've imbalanced it slightly by gaining the bishop pair, a knight for bishop trade. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sam, in the current position, maybe tries to find a way out of that. Maybe he'll push his pawn forward, asking a question of this bishop, so that if the bishop retreats, then at least his own piece has an escape square. But yeah, some calculation to be done. Maybe if this pawn does indeed step forward attacking this bishop, we'll see a trade. And then the other idea you mentioned, the white queen coming over to attack this undefended pawn. So Magnus, he's got a lot of experience in this type of position, maybe not this exact position, and it's up to Sam. What is he going to do here? Where is he going to put his bishop? Which side is he going to castle the black king? You could make an argument for, okay, he does play that move, the most natural move in the position. And yeah, black's king can choose which flank to castle on later in the game. So, okay, the bishop has been kicked away and the bishop's stepping back. Now, an escape square. And black's pieces very harmonious. Jovanka, you must have had this type of position in the Caro-Kann as well. Very similar to structures there.
Many, many times. I have to say, though, it does feel like this is a nicer position than I would normally get in the Caro-Kann.
For black?
For black, because the light square bishop is comfortably out. It's a great diagonal. Dark square bishop is also on a great diagonal as well. I just, you know, and the reason I kind of highlight those two pieces is that the dark squared bishop controls the e5 square, which is a square that the whites usually use as a springboard to start a kingside attack.
Yeah, normally white's knight wants to, whoops, sorry, me and my arrows. The white knight wants to jump into this square. And normally this is, yeah, this is a beautiful square for the white knight, but it's not possible right now. And we also mentioned Keith Arkle, the endgame expert. He loves these types of positions for black because he's going to try and enact something we call the minority attack, the black rook coming across, and these two pawns actually running forward to undermine these three white pawns. So if black gets the chance, he's going to push forward and create the minority attack, trying to weaken white structure on this flank, at least create a target for later on in the game. So watch out for that one. Maybe Sam will play this move already, bring the rook across. Lots of choice and very comfortable for Shankland already.
But he spent quite a lot of time. I guess we're only in move 11. We still have almost all of the pieces on the board.
Yeah.
And he is thinking a lot.
Yeah, we talked about openings in general and endgames being the more fun part, right? Magnus just wants to take this into the middle game, the endgame. He doesn't care about going for an opening advantage with white. And okay, starting the minority attack potentially. Black's rook getting ready to throw the black pawns down the board. And Magnus, very typical Carlsen-esque move, stops that idea.
And Magnus, of course, he also has Chessable courses. He has two, I think. One is on the strategy of the world champion, the way he thinks, and one is on the end game. So I guess that is the Chessable course for you as well then, Carl.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And I'm reminded also that a prisoner wrote to me saying why he liked pawns so much. He said, because in the prison yard or in the school playground, when the big guy, the knights or the bishops or the rooks, have a go at the little guy usually loses. But in chess, when the little guy attacks the big guy has to move, and the little guy wins.
Yeah, that's
we like that.
I like it.
That is true. But talking about little guys, I mean, I was just shocked, actually, by the decision that Sam Shankland just took, you know, picking up Gary and moving it 2 squares and just, well, leaving some squares open for his king.
Suddenly the black king, really airy.
Really, really shaky, and that's very, very committal.
And now catch up, because there have been a few moves, lots of trades here, knights coming off the board, bishops coming off the board, and maybe with the exchanges, black's king is less of a target because white doesn't have any attacking ammunition anymore. But okay, the white knight stepping back, hitting the black bishop, and black's bishop is just going to retreat. You mentioned you were shocked by this, Jovanka, but the black king, pretty safe for now?
It is pretty safe for now, but I just think it's such a committal decision.
It's very
ambitious. It wasn't necessary, if you ask me. I mean, you know, you could have played other plans and waited with this idea until...
Personally, I quite like it, I must say, because you've gotten rid of 2 of white's main pieces. You mentioned occupying this square, for example, for white, one of the main goals. That's not really going to happen anytime soon. If we just see, I mean, maybe we'll see a trade of bishops at some point. White might try to exchange off black's only defender, but yeah, I don't really see how White's going to build an attack. White only really plays on the king side in this position. White never really touches pawns on this left side of the board because he only leaves weaknesses behind that Black can use on a semi-open file. So if White is restricted to one side of the board, it makes it kind of makes some sense to exchange pieces. And yeah, I mean, I think Black is super flexible. Black can even break in the center at some point. I'm not saying Black's better, but I think he has no real problems here.
Yeah, I don't like it. I like my safe king.
It's a contradiction, Jovanka. You love pushing pawns, so why not this pawn push?
I know. I'm very fickle. You know, it's someone else's positions, and I don't know. I would have felt a little bit more comfortable with my king not being so airy, and Magnus actually pushing forward with Alice, the A-pawn, to the 5th row. And this is actually a plan that I've seen in very recent years. Maybe in 2020, it became very, very popular to take as much space as possible on this wing. And White's idea is to just, you know, put a knight on the C5 square and then, you know, just carry on taking space.
It's a very Magnus position, isn't it? I mean, you talk about kind of position that Magnus plays better than anyone in the history of chess. It's this kind of position where, yeah, maybe it's even, maybe it's even. I do actually still like White a little bit because I think his plan's maybe a little bit easier to play, but it should be even. But Magnus just knows all the right plans. And here he goes, he starts to maneuver around. But Sam's playing very ambitiously with this pawn move, so it shows at least he's going for some activity as well. Where's that knight going? I mean, I would have moved that knight the other way and tried to bring it to the centre, like D3. So I'm thinking, okay, is it heading towards the right-hand side, David? Possibly. It looks weird to me, that move.
But is the idea to perhaps just trade off bishops?
But I thought if he goes to B3, it has a better route, the knight. Maybe we could show that, like either there or even back to C1, and I want to try and bring it to the centre. So I'm surprised that the white knight went that way. Yeah,
this is actually the dream square, for example, just giving White a few moves here. This structure, the Carlsen structure as they call it, you can actually search that, I think, as well on Chessable, where you have two pawns. They act as a perfect shield for the white knight, and the white knight is flexible to jump towards the black pawns on this flank or to jump towards the centre. So, as Simon mentions, that traditionally is the ideal square for the white knight. So it is slightly surprising to see Magnus go the other way. And from this square, it actually takes 4 moves to get back to the ideal D3 post. So he's not going in that direction, definitely. And maybe that means he's going... OK, no, Magnus continuing to play on both flanks. He's kind of keeping us guessing, keeping his opponent guessing. Maybe the white knight is going towards this side to start annoying the black king. But first, Magnus kind of begins by undermining this black pawn. I don't think you want to trade pawns here because it only opens up the white rook. And also you're left with this one isolated pawn. The downside is if you bypass White's pawn, then any endgame now is going to be very dangerous for Black. This pawn is only 2 squares away from promotion. If you can imagine White's knight, I know it's on the other side of the board right now, but if the white knight picked itself up and plonked itself here maybe in an endgame, going after Black's pawn, then it would be really dangerous. I've seen Magnus win countless endgames once his pawn gets this far forward. So yeah, Magnus teasing us, teasing his opponent, maybe going for the black king, maybe going for something on the queen side as well. We will see. For Sam, he needs to find an active plan. Black's pieces are nicely centralized, but what to do next? That's the big question.
Yeah, will Magnus even go for the attack? I mean, I'm looking at moving the f-pawn at the right moment. It looks, I don't know, it looks a little bit odd, but, you know, when you have weakened your king, as Black has done, you should always try to look at the targets over there and see how you can open up the position. So if I was White, I'd be looking at trying to use a lever. Levers, we've seen them before. We saw Prag use the lever against Magnus when he used the g-pawn, and maybe we can just highlight that pawn at some point, potentially coming forwards. I mean, it looks a long way off, but maybe we could go f4 and try this move.
You need to prepare it, but maybe this pawn forward or harry the h-pawn forward just to undermine this stronghold for Black.
I was actually going to ask you about this move. As you know, this kind of gives an opportunity to trade off a bishop for the knight. What do you think?
I don't think I would, personally.
I don't think he'll ever really take it. He's hinting at it. And I think it's more that this is an outpost for his pieces, and it's an annoying outpost. He wants to destabilise Black's pieces along this diagonal.
He's also stopping Sam doing anything, because the one pawn break Sam has is that e-pawn in the centre of the board. And he's basically, Magnus has ruled out this push now, because then you can take the knight off the board and you just win a pawn. So maybe Magnus's idea, stop Black's play, build up slowly. Okay, Sam's trying to build that move up again there with his last move, but if you can stop your opponent's counterplay, well, it's half of the way to winning.
Yeah, and this pin is annoying, but for now, Black can deal with it. For example, if the white queen comes out, try and add pressure on this diagonal, Black's rook will just come back and guard the black knight. And the reason I say I don't think any trades will happen here is because, okay, even if the queens come off, suddenly white's knight is just on a terrible square, dominated by the black bishop. Black's bishop controls a lot of squares right now. So I think Magnus just wants to use his pieces to annoy Black more than anything. In the current position, I wouldn't be surprised if he brings his queen out to the one side and then starts to maybe bring this rook to the center, maybe by lifting his rook up and doubling up on this file, or maybe just centralizing his rook first of all, in case Black does try and break at the wrong moment. Yeah, really tense, really strategic middle game, and chances for both sides, but who knows who's better? Who knows who will kind of navigate this type of position?
I mean, you could go for this knight check and move the h-pawn if you want to go completely sort of randomly attack with just your knight and pawn. Yeah. So it doesn't look like it should work, but I mean, there's some weird ideas like that floating about as well. So yeah, you know, it's always really interesting watching Magnus play his position, because I wouldn't have expected white Magnus to put his knight over here. So what's his plan? I'm kind of still a bit like, oh, I don't know, maybe that knight should be in the center, but yeah, we'll see.
I mean, if it was anyone other than Magnus, I would maybe be slightly critical that he's being inconsistent, kind of playing on one side, brought his knight to the king side, and then kind of playing on the other flank. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on the next few moves. Maybe he's got a big master plan up his sleeve that we've struggled to see yet. Maybe you're right, Simon. Maybe he'll suddenly launch some attack against the black king, but it doesn't feel like the black king is too...
It seems very solid.
Scared right now. Yeah,
very hard to attack it with just the knight. But you know, you can maybe again try to stretch Black a little bit. Your idea, David, of doubling rooks seems very sensible as well. I think here, but
lots of choice. And
still prefer white. I think. Jovanka, would you take white here? Or?
I like white. I just think this is the Magnus type of positions. And you were also talking about pawn breaks. I'm also very tempted to not just soften up the pawns on the right side, but also maybe try to have it all and maybe even at the right time prepare a pawn break in the middle of the board. And we can see on the camera that Sam isn't actually that happy either. He's shaking his head.
Yeah. That's the thing, if Sam kind of could control his emotions a bit more, I think he would maybe even already be top 20, top 10 in the world maybe. He's been a phenomenal player for so long now. Just one established 27-plus player, but I think he could go even further. Just sometimes, it's the moments like that, whenever I've played him, sometimes I just notice he's not happy, and that just gives me a confidence boost. And I've played against that a few times to beat him even, and...
Do you think psychology is very, very important then? Because you're mentioning there, it's helped you beat Sam in the past, and that's psychology, really, realising your opponent's weak, giving yourself energy. I mean, I think it's a really underrated thing in chess in general. Not many books are written about psychology, and at the end of the day, it's a mind sport, right? So it must be important.
I know it's something he's worked on. He's much better, much more stable, kind of, much more kind of focused now than he used to be. I mean, one of his coaches, Jakob Agard, I mean, one of the greatest chess authors out there, chess coaches, and that's something they've worked on, the psychology. But yeah, it can always be improved, right? Nobody's perfect. Nobody's completely oblivious to all external factors. Meanwhile, he's shaking his head.
You live and you learn it.
Sorry?
Nobody's perfect. You live and you learn it. It's a song by Hilary Duff or something. No, wait, it's Miley Cyrus. It's Hannah Montana. Yeah. Oh. Yep. That's my favourite TV show.
I'm surprised you don't know that, Simon.
Who? So, Disney. I know Disney.
Yes.
Yeah, I got. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, calm game so far. Yeah. We're waiting for it to maybe explode open a little bit.
It will at some point.
Yeah.
Just not quite yet. Magnus needs to stumble across a plan.
Well, Anish Giri, he is finished for today. A draw. And 1 point for him against Shakhriyar Mamdyarov, also then 1 point for Mamdyarov. So it is a very solid and good start to the tournament for Anish Giri. He has won now 3 games. The other one's draw. No one has been able to beat Anish Giri. And he is safe inside top 8 so far. with 2 days to go in the preliminaries. The opening expert.
Yeah, and talking about Mamedyarov, actually, I would love to see a Chessable course from him,
what would that be
especially
about?
on his creative openings. You know, the way he just pushes Gary, the G-pawn, 2 squares with a carefree abandon. Doesn't move 3.
It's always against the Queen's Gambit declined. Somehow he always finds a way to attack against one of the most solid openings in chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Just like an attacking manual from him, you know, that would be incredible to see how his brain thinks. Talking about chess spectacles that you were saying, I would love to get into the mind of these great creative attackers.
Well, every time I look at a game, if I tune in and it's 2/3 of the way through the game, his pawns are sort of come down the board, and you think, how did they even arrive there?
It's like
and he does
magic.
it time after time.
It's like Space Invaders.
Exactly like that.
Maybe you will be surprised because actually we haven't been able to follow any. We have only seen slightly some of Mamdyarov's games, but actually he lost 1 game to Mishra and he won 1 game to Shanklin. All the other one draws. Okay. A little bit surprising. He usually has a lot of decided results, Mamdyarov. Maybe.
Not typical of him.
No.
No, but we did actually see in the Oslo Esports Cup, you know, that when push comes to shove, he can play in a really positional way. I mean, we saw him do it's become basically an endgame grinder in the style of David, and he did that to Jordan, and it was very impressive.
And he won the final match to Magnus Carlsen as well.
Yeah. Outplayed Magnus in an endgame. That's not seen every day.
No.
Very few people outplay Magnus in an endgame.
Yeah.
And this one, will this go to an endgame? Will the queens come off?
I think so.
Possibly.
I think this is good chances for an endgame.
I'm just struggling to understand, firstly, what Sam is shaking his head about so much over the last few minutes, but also what Magnus has been thinking about for nearly 7 minutes now. Mm-hmm. I don't see too much to calculate. I understand he's trying to kind of decide upon a plan, but 7 minutes in this position.
Could it be something like push Harry? I mean, are they thinking about making some kind of committal move?
Going on the attack.
He's going for it. I mean, I thought he could check and push Harry, definitely with a knight, but maybe he's aiming for something similar with this move, like the f-pawn or the h-pawn, trying to do something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah, so Magnus, after over 7 minutes, brought his queen to this square, and as Simon says, maybe pushing this pawn forward, maybe pushing this pawn forward, kind of keeping his options open, but he's also trying to provoke Sam forward. So Sam now, it's very tempting to push this pawn to hit the white queen, but the white queen might even step back. I mean, the whole way, anywhere, safe, and even if black starts pushing, white, I think, is happy to have seen, yes, white's lost a lot of time, but white is happy to have seen this pawn push forward, because now at some point, I know black can try and attack. I know this is a bit scary, but if black is just a bit too slow and just waits, for example, then after a trade of minor pieces, white has a new outpost in the middle of the board. White has control over this beautiful dark square, also going towards the white king, the black king, sorry. So I think pushing this pawn at the moment is maybe a bit too risky for black because you lose control over the e5 square. It's something that we touched upon earlier. Pawns don't move backwards, but Harry, the h-pawn, does move forwards.
Yeah, this is a very interesting move. I mean, Sam is certainly playing very aggressively, and it sets up a bit of a trap here, right? If white now takes that pawn, I guess. I mean,
it's complicated.
It's complicated still, but can you take the pawn?
The whole idea is that if white grabs this pawn after some trades, suddenly the white queen is hit, and the black queen, he's going for it.
He's taken it.
Magnus must have calculated this in advance. It looks like black is about to win. If the white queen steps back, the black queen dives into the position and takes this pawn, protected by her rook now. But it's just one check. The white king can actually run away. And suddenly the rest of black's position is a bit loose. This pawn under fire. Suddenly, remember this pin? The black queen's been deflected away from her own knight.
Very risky.
Yeah,
very risky way for. I mean, this is kind of on Magnus-like to change it so in such a big fashion when he didn't need to, the position, and give his opponent. I mean, black has some kind of attack here, surely.
Surely, yeah.
Surely, yeah. Surely, you know, even at the worst case scenario, the queen can kind of do a hit and run, take the pawn, dash back, and well, white's king. It's not going to feel safe on the f1 square.
I mean, what if you try to just come forwards to the queen and then with the rook to attack the queen? I mean, just try to play in the most aggressive way you can.
Okay, let's jump back in. So queen takes pawn is a check. It looks like this is bound to be played. What else can Sam do? I think he's going to play this check, you might as well grab a pawn for free. And yes, you have to deal with this pin. Jovanka mentioned the black queen can just go back, park herself back where she came from, defending this knight, defending this pawn. But Simon mentioned maybe the more ambitious option, attacking the white queen. And we're about to see this maybe. This is the current position on the board before this rook move. Where does the white queen go? I'm trying to work it out.
Maybe it goes to g3 here. Maybe this is the problem. Possibly. So I quite like Jovanka's idea, just bringing it back, consolidating, and because you've got then that push in the centre later, you're keeping a lot of ideas alive. So, yeah,
dropping the queen back, maybe pushing one of these pawns later, still with this idea in mind. Also with the idea of bringing the rook the whole way down with a nasty check, hitting the white king.
And can you go a bit Alpha Zero-like as well? Go with the king, one square forward to the 6th row, and then start the chasing.
Yeah, for example, stepping forward with the black king and then pushing pawns forward to hit the white queen. Lots and lots of ideas, and actually we have this on the board. I was just going to show one variation, which I think is very maybe natural or maybe very tempting for lower-rated players, which would be to hit the white queen. It looks aggressive, and after this, you think, oh, I can give a check, hitting the white king. Oh, I can give another check. So many checks. But once the checks dry up, once the white king runs away, you realize, oh, even after a rook trade, too much is hanging. The black queen in the corner is under attack, and the black knight under attack. So you can't just get carried away and only look for checks. Looking for checks is good first, but if they don't work, you have to backtrack. And that's why Sam retreated his queen to a safe square. And now Magnus just stepping forward with the pawn. He's getting ready to create a safe haven for the white king. Still very tense. I don't like this transition for black at all, I must say. But, OK, neither side's king is entirely safe yet.
OK. And the clock is really ticking fast for Sam Shanklin. He is now under 5 minutes on the clock. Queens are on the board, rooks are on the board. Is this difficult to play with the clock ticking?
Yep, especially while the kings are open. I mean, those are the positions where we see all the blunders, right? What do you think here? The knight against the bishop, that's the main imbalance. The bishop controls the knight for now.
I'm really liking the bishop, actually. The more I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, yeah, I thought Magnus's idea was a bit too risky, but then I'm thinking genius, as I normally do when I watch Magnus's games. It's like, why are you doing that, Magnus? You're like, yeah, that's why you're the world champ, right? Because that bishop is so phenomenal. Even if it drops back 2 squares, what a lovely diagonal that light square bishop will be on. I mean, we can maybe just highlight the square it could come to at some point. And, OK, well, Sam is pushing forwards. Really risky move there.
Super risky.
Yeah. I mean...
Looks very loose, doesn't it?
It looks incredibly loose. I mean, the first move that comes to mind is just, OK, bishop takes knight.
OK, he doesn't play bishop takes knight. I guess Sam's idea is that maybe he wants to sneak in with the queen this way, or maybe after pawn takes pawn, he wanted to sneak down with his rook and unleash a nasty discovered check against the white king. Magnus is having none of that. He says, OK, no fun for you. Maybe it was good for white anyway, but in the current position, he just tucks his king away to safety. And yeah, I was going to say earlier, it's the art of doing nothing for Magnus. He kind of provoked Sam into this whole Harry the H pawn push just 5-6 moves ago. Magnus spent 7 minutes, and then he just kind of did nothing. Sam is the one pushing here, but is he worsening his position? That's the question.
Yeah.
And Sam gains space.
Yeah,
I mean, it looks really impressive with those pawns, but what colour square are they on? They're on the light squares. What does white have? Light square bishop. Those pawns are going to be weak.
In the ending, definitely, if he gets to the ending as well, because at the moment, I mean, it looks like certainly white's king is a lot safer. You said the art of doing nothing. That sounds like some self-help book, Taoism or something, or something like that. Winnie the Pooh, the art of doing nothing. I'm sure there's a book like that. So yeah, but that'd be a good name for a course.
Isn't there the art of doing nothing?
I'm sure there is. Yeah, I'm sure there is. I hate these self-help books myself, but still,
I love them. Yeah.
He's doing something though, Magnus. He's trying to break open the centre. Jovanka mentioned these 2 black pawns, and now he's undermining them, Magnus. So if, for example, the black pawn continues to push forward, now it's Simon's other idea, maybe the white bishop stepping back. Look at this diagonal. Juicy. The white queen is going to sneak in to check this black king.
What would everyone's self-help book be titled then? So if you're going to write a self-help book, what would it be called? So that's a good question. We need some help from Twitter and maybe from the audience. Carl, I might have to come to you soon on this one.
I think mine will be called How to Say No.
Oh, are you good at that or not good at that?
It's a small word, but very difficult to do.
It's the most difficult.
And people get in the most extraordinary trouble because they can't say no.
That's so true.
There's my self-help book.
That's actually a good one. I like that.
It's
Very good answer. Yeah,
I've actually read that book, Carl.
I honestly
Is there
didn't
actually
know
a
that.
book called The Art of...
I thought I'd just be really clever.
Wow, I thought that was definitely unique.
Come on.
Art of saying no. How to say no.
I've never
How to
seen
say
that.
no, yeah, really.
Okay.
And there is an art. And basically, you just say, thank you for the invitation. Yeah, thank you for the invitation. And you kind of say, no, not this time. So you give them the hope of...
Well, if you're having a meal with somebody and you really don't like what you're eating and they say, would you like some more? Oh, it's very nice. Well, you just get more of the same. Just say no. And
You say, I'm a little bit full up, you know, but it was a lovely, delicious meal. I'll maybe have it next time.
Or just say, I'm not very fond of your cookery. Sorry.
Let's be honest.
No, you won't get invited back.
Oh, and look at the bar in this one. Oh, no, for Sam Shanklin.
Yeah, I was trying to say it was a critical moment, and this pawn push we mentioned, it's so risky for Black. Black has abandoned the light squares completely, and I think that's going to come back to haunt him in the current position. OK, Magnus goes for the open file. I'm slightly surprised. I mean, there were two options that I mentioned. Well, the first one I mentioned, dropping the bishop back, trying to sneak in with the white queen along this diagonal. The second option that I was very tempted by was actually pushing this pawn forward, trying to break through on this square. I wasn't exactly sure how Black was actually going to defend this pawn, utilising a pin, utilising the white queen here, but instead Magnus goes for another probably quite strong option. He's hoping to break through on this line, and it looks like this pawn is very far advanced forward, but if you try to push it, then I think it just gets rounded up. For example, the white rook is just going to come and gobble up this pawn in conjunction with the white bishop. Yeah, it's hard to see a move actually here for Black. You never, ever want to... OK, he's brought his king forward.
But this allows the bishop to retreat with check.
Yeah, I mean, surely
Why?
White wants to play that anyway, yeah? Why has he done that? I don't understand.
The white bishop just comes back and gains a move. The Black king has to retreat.
But that's but I mean, this only helps White. I was thinking that was a good move for White anyway. Yeah. So, I mean, the queen can step in and it's game over, isn't it? I mean,
the queen, if it steps in, maybe the Black knight can hop back and defend.
Ooh, even here.
Defending here, but I mean, the white rook comes in.
The rook comes in and then...
I mean,
it's winning for Magnus.
Well, keep an eye on Sam's face when Magnus checks that king. But I mean, it's a really weird move to play. Just because there's a light square bishop, I don't understand it.
I think Sam panicked. He's low on the clock. One thing about Sam is in long chess, he's great, classical chess, because he has time to think. And I saw a post by him on Twitter just last week talking about how he's worked so hard for years on rapid chess and he still can't master it because he panics when he gets low on the clock. And this is a panicky move, putting a king on a light square ready to get checked, giving your opponent time for free to improve their position.
Yeah, I mean, do you have any tips for... OK, and here comes the bishop with a check, and, well, Black is going to be so vulnerable on the light squares.
Running this way, but still on a light square. I mean, the queen can still march forward. OK, first Magnus trades a set of rooks. He's going for the cynical approach. I think he just wants to bring his own rook across and pick up this Black pawn. This pawn is an intruder, but it's walked into no man's land. It's got no support, and it might well just drop off if Black tries to defend it with his rook. This allows some nasty queen checks. If Black tries to defend it with his queen, then maybe now the white queen sneaks in.
Yeah.
And the the Black knight cannot kind of gallop over to the defense of its king. It's looking bad for Shankland.
A bad day for Sam. He lost to Mamadjarov, he lost to Jordan van Voorhees. He did win against Mishra, but probably, I guess, then a loss coming up here against Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the momentum's all in White's favour, the clock's in White's favour. It's easy for White to find moves.
And he's shaking his head, Sam Shanklin. And clock's ticking down to 1 minute.
This is just Magnus magic. I mean, he got nothing at all out of the opening. But
Queen G4 was so clever, and I mean, it was
psychologically, it was the kind of killer move because it just provoked Sam to come forward.
Yeah, and this is like, look at Sam's pawns now. I mean, every move that Sam went forward with has become a weakness. The pawn in front of the rook, the pawn opening up the light squares. You're right, Jovanka. It's just really clever. You know, he had that long think, and he just found this. It was amazing idea, actually.
The art of doing nothing.
The art of doing nothing.
Magnus's key move did nothing, but he provoked Sam into worsening his position.
But it was almost like he understood Sam's weaknesses.
Yep.
And he went and played on that skill. I was thinking about this move, you know, desperately trying to swap off queens, but I was thinking, actually, White doesn't even have to do that. White can throw in, be a little bit fancy, throwing a bishop check. And then once the king moves, you can step backwards with the bishop. And
King has to defend her queen. The king could not take that white bishop. And the king has to protect the black queen. And yeah, as Jovanka mentions, you can trade queens here and then win this black pawn, the intruder in white's camp, or you can keep the queens on.
And looking at that bishop, it's quite incredible that, from my point of view, it started at f1, b5, then to d3, now g6. The trouble that bishop has caused, where many people might have just swapped it off for the knight without a second thought, and now look at it. It's tremendous. Here we are again, another bishop move.
That bishop's done all the heavy lifting in this game.
Yeah, it's tremendous.
Kicking away the black queen, and next move, that black pawn drops with check. Yeah. The white rook just picks it off now, and you have an attack, and you have an extra pawn.
Yeah.
And you have the better pieces.
There's maybe one danger, right, in the position. You know, black's pieces don't look like they're well placed, but, you know, if he's a bit careless, then maybe they can line up on the H line. Now, that's a little bit of a pipe dream at the minute, but you never know. To be a good defender, I always feel you have to be a good optimist. Well, you have to be an optimist, basically.
I would never play this last move either. I mean, take a pawn with check and attack, or just move a pawn. I mean, it's like, you know...
He's having fun.
He's enjoying himself a bit too much here, I feel, Magnus is, yeah. And the king is trying to scuttle away, but like David said, you're a pawn up with the attack. So
the problem is that black king, no matter where you put it, it's not going to feel entirely safe. Yeah, I mean, now that black king, even though it's made its journey over to the queen side, suddenly remember that white pawn that Magnus pushed all the way up to the 6th rank. What was it? 20 moves ago, suddenly that white pawn might help an attack against the black king. And, OK, the black knight has blocked this check. White's rook can now just go and take a pawn. Yeah, there we go. The black queen, if it takes the white bishop, then the black knight will fall.
2 pawns and the attack now, not just 1 pawn, it's 2 pawns in the attack. And I mean, you have to try it. Well, I mean, it's not going to work, whatever you try here.
Yeah. There's one important tactic is if black's rook actually comes down to the 5th rank to attack white's queen, then white can actually use his rook and go and capture the black knight. There's some tricks there, but white is going to win a piece. And all the tactics work in your favour. It's no coincidence. It's because you're on the attack. It's because you have the better pieces. White's pieces are coordinated, protecting each other, all pointing in the same direction. Black's pieces are just scattered. And here we go. Bishop for knight trade, and Magnus now. Remember that white pawn, I said it, that white a6 pawn, it helps the attack.
Wow.
After all of that,
is he going to resign?
The seeds.
Looks like he's resigning here.
Yeah, it is over. Sam Shanklin loses to world champion Magnus Carlsen. So Magnus finishing off the day with a win. That is a good day for Magnus, even if he started with that big blunder and lost to Pragnananda today. He also won 2 games, and he is finished for today. But a bunch of other games still going on, so we want to join straight into this one between tournament leader Wei Yi against Jordan van Voorhis, who had a horrible day yesterday, but today he's actually won all 3 games so far. And this one, though, the bar is over to the Chinese player's side.
Yeah, and I was just doing a quick count of material. It's a bit of a weird pawn structure for black. Look at black's pawns. On the B file, there's double pawns. On the F file, there's double pawns. It's actually level material, but it's just the quality of the pawns. White's pawns on one side are all connected. White's knight as well is flexible, can jump forward in any direction. I think it's just the pawn structure that's going to decide this game. Long term, if the knight and bishop get traded off for each other, white's rooks will start to mobilize. And I mean, when you have no possible pawn breaks like black does here, nothing to destabilize the white pieces.
He's played so well, Wei Yi, and I think this format suits him a lot. I mean, this time control, he seems to be very sharp, perfect time control for him, and he's just been playing so well, hasn't he? So
the youngest ever player to cross 2,700, and it's for a reason.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I remember just sitting next to him when he got his Grandmaster norm, like I said, in Reykjavik, and he was playing MVL, and MVL played a very interesting gambit, and Wei Yi just took the pawn and won. He made it look really simple against one of the best players in the world. I can't remember how old he was. He was like 12, 13, something like this.
This was in the variation of the Sicilian.
That I play. This rubbish G5 stuff. But he just refuted it so well, and it was like, and I just thought, who's this guy? You know, beating MVL like this? It's incredible. And he hasn't played a lot, but people forget about his play. It's just another super strong youngish player.
Yeah.
Trying to have so many of them.
Yeah.
And I remember the first time I played Wei Yi, was already 2,700. He was only 15. And I decided, OK, I'm black. I'm just going to make it as boring as possible, trade off all the pieces, try and grind him down in a rook endgame. And 7-hour game, I managed to win in a rook endgame. But I've noticed over the last few years, his endgame technique has improved enormously. He's much less attacking than he used to be, much less direct. But we're going to find out now about his endgame skills. White is 1 pawn up. He's defending everything. Can he convert this advantage? It's just those black pawns. How weak are they?
They're terrible pawns, aren't they? I mean, we saw 2 double pawns on the board, and one of them is just gone. I mean, look at that, and Harry is being targeted.
He's moving so quick and confidently as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a difference with the way he's playing. And
That was actually when I played Wei Yi many years ago. I think he was still 2,700 then, and still he's 2,700, but he was playing so quickly. And, we had a good fight up until a certain point, and then I got into time trouble. And then he found this amazing tactic that made its way into all the tactic books.
it's always horrible that happens when you're on the receiving end, So,
my victories never get published in books. It's always my defeats.
Most embarrassing one for me, I think I was 12 years old. I got a rating of 2250, which is pretty good. And I played Tim Spanton. And I fell for a back rank checkmate. And I fell for this back rank checkmate, and Tim was writing some article in some chess magazine. He said, look how weak 2200s are nowadays. this kid falls for a back rank checkmate. That was what the article was about. And I was like, oh, I'm going to remember that one. Can I remember that one?
He wrote an article about me as well when he beat me in an opposite colour bishop endgame.
Yeah.
We have a bone to pick as journalists.
If I'd known that, I would have published my 10-move win against him.
I can still do that.
Hi, Tim.
Sorry.
Captain Cash. He wrote for the Sun tabloid, and his nickname was Captain Cash, I think. So just in case anyone wants to know.
Yeah.
I think you're not still bitter, Simon.
I think there was an apocryphal story when Capablanca was world champion, when somebody back in the day had the temerity to write a book about Capablanca's greatest losses.
Ooh.
And Capablanca in turn said, well, I was going to write a book about your greatest wins, but there wasn't enough material, so I didn't. It's just quite funny.
That's a nice comment.
Touché.
And the bar goes up even more for Wei Yi. Is he getting close to a win in this game?
He is getting closer. If you look at the pawn structure, White's pawns don't look that impressive, but it's just about the weaknesses of Black's pawns. And, OK, White has 1 pawn. Being 1 pawn up helps in any rook endgame. Do you know the star pawn that's going to win this one?
I think we all know that.
We all know it.
It's going to be Harry.
Harold.
Harold, the Viking pawn.
Yeah, the Viking. Yeah. So why Harold then, Carl? So you've got to give us a bit of history.
Because Vikings were always Harold. There was Harold Clack, Harold the Great, Harold the Small, Harold the Bald, Harold the Hairy.
Harold the Fifth, that we had the king in Norway today.
Yes, there was somebody, the Scabby Head. There was an awful one, wasn't there?
Harold the Scabby Head.
There's lots of Harolds. They were there.
Yeah, Harold the Hairy is the famous.
Harold the Hairy, yeah.
Olaf the Scabby Head.
Harold the Hairy. He kept all his hair until I think he had made Norway like a whole country.
Okay.
So his hair was like really long, and then
like Samson or something.
Sort of early heavy metal,
Yeah,
he was fantastic.
Not so much time for Jordan, actually. He's just under 20 seconds on the clock. And his position is so tense. I mean, I was wondering about this move, and I was thinking, whose king is actually in the most danger?
I think White's king is in 0 danger, right? How are the black rooks ever going to break through to it? I mean, the first move I would think about here is using White's rook on the 7th rank. There we go, bringing it behind Black's passed pawn. Black's only hope of winning this game, or even saving this game, relies on this black pawn that's pushed, but White's rook behind it. Always put your rooks behind passed pawns. That White rook keeps it under lock and key. Meanwhile, how is Black going to stop this White H pawn?
Maybe you can activate your king here, David, with the white pieces.
That would be a huge blunder. If White's king steps forward 1 square, Black's rooks come behind and checkmate it.
Yeah, it'd be quite. I've seen that kind of thing happen before. I mean, unfortunately, not too much in my games, but yeah, you don't always activate the king in the ending.
Okay.
I mean, you still got to stop this H pawn. You're going to have to bring one of your rooks passive, aren't you? Back the C rook.
But this is what I'm talking about. Like the black king, not that safe.
The black king's on the wrong side. The black king wants to be over in front of this White H pawn.
Yeah. I mean, is there checkmating possibilities now for the black king? So I'm just thinking that the rook can slide itself to the rook that was sitting on f1 could slide itself to an open line.
Yeah, White's rook needs to improve itself. First, he puts the pawn as close to promotion as possible.
I saw a tweet there, David. Someone was saying we need David to play in the tour. Now, David, I'm going to put you under the spot. Will we see it one day, maybe? Do you think, people? David is...
I'm open to it.
Yeah,
open to it, OK.
But so much pressure, though.
Yeah, well,
it'd
we should be playing the...
It'd be so nice to commentate on David's games here, wouldn't it? It'd be so much fun.
I wouldn't even be thinking about the moves. I'll be thinking about what you guys are saying.
Because you know we would feature all of your games.
You're like, oh, that's a blunder. That's another blunder. Why is he thinking so long?
We would not do that, David.
No, we would not do that.
Oh, well, you would be a star, David. I mean, Nils Grandelius is playing in this tournament, a great Swedish player. And David, a couple of months ago, beat him in a long match. Oh, that would be very interesting.
I would need a lot of training. I'm very rusty these days. Meanwhile, White has actually gone and won a pawn. Black's rooks were just too tied down. Nothing else to do. And, Jovanka, now go for this checkmating.
Now, finally, I've been thinking about this kind of checkmating idea for a long time. Is it going to be happening soon?
OK, White's rook. We were thinking maybe the white rook at the bottom of the board could swing over at some point and start checking the black king.
But you can maybe step up with the king, actually.
Oh, the rook as well. I mean, it's going to be 2 pawns up, isn't it, I think? And
Yeah.
Black's double
either
pawns.
move's great, yeah.
At least one of those 2 black pawns is going to drop now.
Yeah.
Oh, no, and Jordan with his... Oh, he looks so sad.
Yeah.
It's very sad.
But it's been a good day for him. 3 wins so far, but probably ending up with a loss.
He needed a good day. Jordan yesterday was a bit of a disaster, and there we go. A result. Wei Yi takes the win.
Another win for Wei Yi. Wow, what a tournament he is having in his very first event in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. He is on top of the table, winning another game. No one has been able to beat him so far. What is it about his game, his play, that has been so strong, David?
I mean, firstly, he's great tactically. He's great strategically in endgames, as we saw there. But also, I think it's the fact he's a bit more unknown than some of the other players.
Yeah.
Because he hasn't played so much over the last few years. The other guys don't know his strengths, don't know his weaknesses, and aren't so familiar with his openings either. So I think having that kind of unknown quantity is really giving him a boost in these early stages.
And we came in quite late in this game, but where did that win come?
Yeah, and maybe because Jordan did resign quite early, we can explain why he gave up. And here, there's still a bit of life left in the position, but we talked about Harry the H-pawn. It's tying down the black rooks. There's nothing else for black to do. Black has to remove this pawn from the board. But here, the reason Jordan resigned is because white can simply, for example, give a check, kick away the black king. The black king has to actually come forward. If the black king goes to the 7th rank, there'll be a nasty check and a skewer. And white will win any king and pawn endgames. But once the black king marches forward, white is going to remove all of the remaining black pawns, taking this pawn. Next move, this pawn inevitably will drop, and white will have 3 extra pawns. Simple rook endgame at this level, but maybe at other levels, don't resign these types of positions. Always a chance to save them. But I can't fault it. Wei Yi was about to take the win.
And we are hoping to get a comment from Wei Yi. What will the clock be for him right now in China? Like 4 a.m. in the morning?
Late.
Late, yeah. So hopefully he is still awake. We would love to hear from the tournament leader after he finished 2 days in the preliminaries, 2 days to go, and 7 games in the preliminaries. And Carl, what would you be like at 4 a.m. in the morning playing chess? Would that be a good time for you? Or
if I was doing well, I wouldn't care what time it was. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Time's relative. When you're losing, just forget it.
Yeah. Yeah. How about you, Simon? What is your preferred time to play chess?
I used to be a 4 a.m. person, but now I'm well in bed by 4 a.m. So normally, so probably morning time after a couple of coffees. Yeah, get into the mood.
That's like you.
Yeah. That's me. Yeah. If I were playing at 4 a.m. in the morning, I'd be like, oh, rubbing my eyes, sucking myself, trying to keep myself awake. No, not for me.
Yeah. All right. Hopefully we can get a comment from the tournament leader. 22 years old. He is playing some super impressive chess. The star player so far in this tournament. And actually, Carl, I've noticed there is a star on your jacket. Like what is that? Like a
starfish. Yeah, I suppose this is my big point, I think, of today. I'm glad that you asked. Starfish, there's a little starfish story about an old man that goes walking on the seafront every day. And one day he looks down onto the beach and he sees millions of starfish that have been washed up. and he sees the young boy throwing the starfish back into the sea. So the old man walks down and he says to the boy, "Why are you throwing all these starfish into the sea? You can't possibly make a difference." And the young boy picks up one starfish and throws it in, and he said, "I made a difference to that one." And that is like chess in prisons. You know, if it can make a difference, not me, the game, chess, if it can make a difference to one person in help rehabilitate and think again, then that's the starfish, that's the job done. So it always reminds me that you just can make a difference to one person.
Oh, that's a beautiful story. Wow. And someone playing some beautiful chess today is Wei Yi. We're joined by him. Congratulations on another great day in the tournament, Wei Yi, and thank you for joining us.
Hi.
Hi. What is the time for you right now in China?
It's about 4 o'clock.
What is that like for you to play that, early in the morning or late at night?
Maybe early in the morning.
Yeah. Is it difficult to stay awake and play the great chess that you are playing?
Yeah, but I try hard to play accurately. But of course, there were some mistakes in my games.
Aha.
But I think I was above. I think my. I was performance with my. Sorry.
Are you looking at your game?
Yeah.
You are the tournament leader. You've been playing some fantastic chess, unbeaten. Are you happy with the way you are playing in this tournament?
Yeah, of course. I was happy with my result now, but I think there are still some super players I will meet, like Magnus and Anish. So it's not the time to celebrate.
Aha. And we know you've been playing a lot of chess over the past few months, playing with Ding as well in his qualification for the candidates. But how have you been preparing for Chessable Masters?
Yes, I think I made a lot of preparation. For example, about 1 week ago, and I changed my time to sleep, and I want to play better.
Recording
in
stopped.
The tournament. And I also analyzed some opening and of my opponents.
Aha.
So what are your goals now for the rest of the tournament? Do you want to win the whole event?
No, I think the goal is to go to the quarterfinal first, and then try to play some good games too. Yeah.
And it's looking very good for you, of course, to reach those quarterfinals. On top of the table, you mentioned that you have some strong players left to play in the preliminaries tomorrow. Magnus, Carlsen in the final game tomorrow. What will that be like?
I think my result
some technical issues there with Wei Yi.
Yes.
I think we had some technical issues, Wei, but I'm going to let you go to sleep because it's very, very early in the morning for you. So thank you for joining us and best of luck tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Tournament leader Wei Yi joining us there. And we're also joined by Pragnananda. Hey, Prag, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
We are very good, and we've been very much entertained by you today. I know the final game today didn't go too well. So first of all, a loss there to David Anton. What happened in that game?
Yeah, I didn't play so good. I think I got a decent position out of the opening, and when I played this rook d1, queen b5, I feel white has something there, but with less time, it's not easy to find. And yeah, then I got outplayed in less time.
But overall, you must agree that this has been a very good day. Winning 2 games and again winning against Magnus Carlsen. What was that like?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not so thrilled about my game quality.
Really?
Because I'm missing some stuff. Some tricks and some tactics at times. So tomorrow I need to be sharper and alert throughout the games.
Aha. And obviously, so you did beat Magnus a few months ago for the very first time. So was it not that big of a feeling today when you were able to beat him again?
Yeah. I mean, I did not want to win that way. Like, he just blended in a move. So I think otherwise it should have been a draw at the end. But before, I think I was better at some point out of the opening. But then I kind of played soft there with castle, knight b6, d4. And after that, I think it was thrown equal, and then he blended at the end.
And Prag, we heard that you've got some exams going on at the same time as this tournament. Is that difficult for you to handle?
Yeah, fortunately for me, I have this study breaks during exams. I'm using it to play this tournament. Yeah.
Really? So how is the exams going then?
Yeah, it's okay. My next exam is at on 25th, so I have some time. I'm kind of managing it. Let's see how it goes.
Interesting. Very impressive stuff, Prag. And what is your plan now for the rest of the preliminaries then?
Yeah, hopefully to qualify.
Hopefully to qualify.
Yeah, last 2 times I came very close. First time I didn't qualify with win. I mean, I need 1 more point, and the March edition I just needed a draw in the last round against David Anton. I was completely winning, and then I just lost that game. So this time I just want to make it.
Absolutely. All right, Prag, we wish you best of luck. It's going to be so interesting to follow the rest of your games there in the preliminaries. Best of luck to fight for qualification.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Wow, how impressive is that? Studying for exams.
Did you say that he's got an exam tomorrow? It's the 21st.
25th.
25th.
25th. So if he makes it to the final, correct?
Yep, that's going to be a tricky timetable to handle for him.
And I mean, that's not unlikely. The way he's been playing chess lately, the way he's maturing as a chess player, that could happen.
It could happen. I mean, how impressive would that be, combining exams, studying, chess? I mean, it's not often you hear someone say that.
We would have to get his teachers live on the show, get his grades live here.
Commentate as he writes down the answers.
Yeah. Oh, impressive stuff. Pragnananda. And do we still have some games going on, or is everything finished?
Everything is finished.
Everything is finished for today. So let's take a look then at the results for round 8 in the preliminaries. We now have only 7 rounds to go in the preliminaries in Chessable Masters. And here they are. So we did see a... Is this the correct one?
I think this was the previous round.
That was round 7. So Pragnananda did win in round 7, but in round 8, he did lose a game. Seems that almost everyone is beating everyone a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely. Apart from Wei Yi, nobody can touch him.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's actually getting a bit packed now around the magical 8th spot, the top 8. So every result, as we see in front of us, every result matters.
3 points for Magnus Carlsen against Sam Shanklin, as we saw. 3 points for Vidit against Mishra. Not a good day for Mishra today. Wei Yi, unbeatable, winning against Jordan van Foreest. And David Anton getting that win against Pragnananda. And Hare Krishna winning against Gawain Jones. So now let's take a look at the standings. After 8 out of 15 rounds in the preliminaries, Wei Yi leading with 3 points. He has David Anton and Magnus Carlsen right behind him. And Anish Giri is inside top 8 with 14 points. We have 2 players on 12, Pragnananda and Ding Liren. Pentala Hare Krishna is now inside top 8 with 11 points. And Jordan with 3 wins today. He has climbed to 8th place. So who needs to fight for some points tomorrow, David?
It's all those players that we see from 9th place and downwards. Everyone still has a chance to qualify, especially those players 9th to maybe 11th, 12th place. They need to start winning.
Yeah.
There's still a lot to play for, plenty of time, plenty of games. But for players like Shanklin, like Mamedyarov, yeah, it's not been great for them so far. They're yet to hit top form. They need to do that.
Anyone impressed you particularly today? Carl?
You know what? I'll go the other end of the scale. I feel for Gawain, actually. To be fair, whoever it is that would be in that position, I would just want to, have a good couple of games somewhere along the line to get back on track.
Yeah, I saw one of his games, and he's been playing some of the most exciting chess, as he always does. But when you play that way, it backfires sometimes. But he's always entertaining to watch, Gawain.
Absolutely. And he's going to have a very tough start tomorrow. Gawain Jones, these are the games coming up in round 9. And it is Magnus Carlsen for Gawain Jones. He needs a good night's sleep, but he will have the white pieces in that one. David Anton, he's having a fantastic tournament tomorrow, starting against Pentala Hare Krishna. And it's going to be those 2 players on the same score, Ding Liren and Pragnananda. In round 9, Eric Hansen and Nils Grandelius. And we also have Mamedyarov. He is outside top 8 against Arjan Tari. Van Foreest against Anish Giri, the all-Dutch battle. Mishra against tournament leader Wei Yi, and Sam Shanklin against Vidit. So another 4 interesting rounds coming up tomorrow in the Chessable Masters, and also another question of the day coming up for you tomorrow, but we need to decide a winner for today.
Yeah, we asked a very pertinent question. What opening moves do you really get annoyed about? And the winner of the Chessable course of David Anton teaches 1, E4, E5. Well, that goes to Tanushri, who actually created a meme who says, I really get annoyed by this particular opening. Tried to express it. And, the game starts E4, E5. And he says, wow, good to see a principled opening. And then the queen comes out all the way to the H5 square and is like, what? We love this particular answer. So congratulations, Tanushri, you are our winner.
Yep, and we love to see Joey from Friends in any kind of meme. And what a day to win a Chessable course by David Anton, because he has had a fantastic day. And he is inside top 8 to qualify for the knockout stage currently. And the fight continues tomorrow. Carl, it's been a pleasure to have you in the studio today. Thank you for all your fantastic stories from the prisons.
Thank you very much. I mean, not only special to share a table with you guys, but also to see the amazing work that goes behind the presentation, all the team behind these lights. I couldn't be more impressed.
Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant.
Thank you for the kind words.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's been so much fun to have you here. It's been so much fun with everyone at home joining in and tweeting us. So please continue with that and join us again tomorrow for day 3 of Chessable Masters. Bye.